Day one or day
No,
two,
two.
depending, well, it depends how you look at it. If you're
Okay,
here,
day
if
one.
this is your first day, it's day one. If it's your second day, it's day two. That's how it goes anyway. We're really happy to be here for the second year at
Yep.
Monomango's HOLON space.
It's getting to be kind of a habit of ours to be here second year in a row. But it's a testament that we really liked being at HOLON last year. It was a great gathering, and happy to do almost the same form factor as last time. So pretty happy. Oh, and Lois is right
Yeah.
here.
Thank you very much for having us, Lois. And do you want to say a few words?
Of course. So, yeah, I'm Lois. I'm
Here at Mono.
co-founder of Monomango and creative lead. And yeah, we're again very happy to co-host this event once again for the second time already. Is it not working? Is it better? Okay. Yeah, I mean, touch design is really our favorite tool somehow in our creative work. Maybe in the meantime already the most important tool that we work with in our projects and also art-related projects that take place in HOLON. So it's extremely nice to be part of this community, supportive, amazing community that you all are. And yeah, also being so close to you guys, Derivative, that makes it very joyful and easy. So thanks for that.
Thank you very much.
So I can only say we're looking forward to an amazing program. Have fun. Very warm welcome from Monomango and HOLON.
Thank you so much. The other big thank you for us, of course, is to the Node Institute for pulling all this together for us again for the second year. We we barely have to do anything, just show up and with a couple of rolls of tape and some markers. And big thank you to the Node staff and all the volunteers. And
not to forget Wieland on the controls for the whole night. He set up the whole streaming setup.
And note including Stefan Kraus in particular.
Yes. Stefan Kraus and it's same. Who, I guess I can speak a little bit about the program for today. Well, the program is up there, so I don't have to talk about it actually. But maybe a note on the evening program. We are going to be tonight at Studio 1111, where Stefan, also aka MX10, Zane, organized a masterclass for a few students that did visual work on a 270-degree screen that's there. And they will be presenting the outcome from the masterclass tonight. So doors open, I believe, at 7. Then, oh wait, I've got remote. Okay, hopefully that works.
And students will be showing their work.
from 7:30.
Yes,
7:30.
look at that. And there's also, if you want to find it, there's a QR code, very modern, to get you to the place. So yeah, 7 is doors open, and there will be drinks and some light snacks. And then 7:30, the students will start showing, presenting the work, the outcome from the master class. And this then will merge into more of a social event with music and DJing. Correct, yes. And just because we are in the evening, I wanted to mention the Monopole event tomorrow. Really want to say thank you also to Monopole, Danilo from LED Pulse, who they basically provide the space and the volumetric LED installation there. There's also a little download code there. If you don't know, you can download a pre-made patch that was prepared by D-Real, Dan Molnar and team. If you want to look into that, and you can prepare content and play tomorrow evening on the installation live. So yeah.
It's like OpenBeamer's 3D.
OpenBeamer's 3D,
So,
yeah.
And yeah, so we're going to try and keep to a schedule, and we'll have a Q&A period after each presentation, and then about 15 minutes to flip over to the next speaker. If you don't already have a name tag, I think they're really useful. And yeah, thank you very much to our presenters for sharing your work and your experience and your touch designer skills. And we really look forward to the next 2 days with you.
Thank you.
So I guess without further ado, Simon.
Yeah, it's like 15 minutes early. Well, we're early.
Are we early? Shall we start?
What time is it?
Oh, 9:45. I guess we don't have to start right this instant. Or? Does anybody need, there's a fridge with some cold things and coffee, and lunch I think will be at 1 o'clock. We'll have some sandwiches brought in. I don't know, should we just start? Simon, are you ready?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe we should wait for the stream. Okay, okay. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Very, very, very happy to introduce our first speaker, Simon Alexander Adams, aka Polyhop. Simon came in from our other favorite techno city in the world, Detroit. Very important part of our culture. And I guess a lot of you probably know Simon for the dailies that he does absolutely every day. His great touch design dailies, you've been doing them for over 6 years. And it's something that you can just count on. Simon's also a really talented, obviously a multimedia artist and designer, specializes in real-time generative art, interactive installations, and also works as part of the Art Tech House team for a couple of years now, right? 4 years, okay. Time really flies. So today you're going to be talking about the art of touch designer games, which is something I'm really looking forward to hearing about. We were just talking about how his talk has changed a bit, so what I'm going to tell you right now may not be completely covered, but he's happy to talk to you about it. Basically how touch design is used for creating interactive and immersive game experiences, from integrating sensors and complex displays to controlling lighting and music with Ableton Live. You're just going to talk to us about touch designer being a versatile tool for doing just this. And something that I heard you say to Marcus just now was just finding all these places that touch designer can work where it wasn't necessarily intended to work or you didn't expect to make it work. So thanks a lot for joining us.
All right, testing. Do you hear me okay? Alrighty. Hey everybody. So let me get my mouse here. So yeah. Oh, can I get my presentation up? Actually. Oh, hold on. One moment here. Okay, great. There it is. So yeah, I'll be, as Isabel, it's a great introduction, said, I'll be talking about the art of touch designer games. And so I already have been introduced, so I don't really need to look at this slide. But you've probably recognized some of my Instagram sketches. I don't want to presume, actually, but this is the kind of work that I make, very abstract work. And then for Art Tech House, I've been, for 4 years, kind of making these immersive and interactive spaces. So this is one we did with transparent OLEDs recently that I found, especially the video, I enjoy the look of this one. So as you move through the space, you trigger different elements, so and forth. I'm not really covering that today, but that's sort of where I come from in my work, and this is usually where I have more representational work, is working with Art Tech House on their exhibits through their studio team. So I want to jump into games a little bit and talk a little bit about how I would think about them. There are a lot of ways to define games. When I was preparing this presentation, I was looking at a few different ones, and this one kind of stuck out to me from Jane McGonigal. When you strip away the genre differences and the technological complexities, all games share 4 defining traits: a goal, rules, a feedback system, and voluntary participation. So the first 2 are really where I'm kind of what I'm thinking about when I'm putting together kind of games or gamified experiences. Of course, the feedback system is not like a top feedback. It's really like information that we're providing to the user or the guest. So that could be video, audio. I mean, you could even try olfactory, right? So there's all sorts of ways you could provide responses. I haven't done that myself, but lots of things you could do with Touch Designer. And then, of course, voluntary participation. So, your player or your visitor needs to opt into the experience. Cool. So also, why would you do this in Touch Designer when there are other gaming engines and platforms out there? And I think, it's especially suited for things like interactive exhibits or immersive spaces where you have lots of displays or projectors that need blending, or you want to incorporate diverse sensors. I think multiplayer games are also a great thing to incorporate. And additionally, adding depth to an interaction. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a game. It could be a lot more abstract, but you can find ways of adding goals or to keep people going, right? This idea of intrinsic rewards is a psychological reward you get when you accomplish something. And so it can be an interesting thing to incorporate. And also I think that games are really fun. I like games a lot. So that's why I make them. Now, this is not suited for shipping a game for obvious reasons in Touch Designer. So that might be a different platform you'd look at. Cool. So when I start making a Touch Designer game, I usually have an ideal organization in my head. I want to have a spot with my inputs, one place that kind of keeps track of all the game state and the logic. That might be where rules or goals or mechanics are happening. And then I render that's kind of skinning that state, and also send triggers to some kind of audio. Typically this is TD Ableton. Now, in practice, it gets a little bit messier. The more I move forward in a given game, I sometimes have to add things. As we all know, Touch Designer projects can really get out of control quickly. So, so often I might have a separate spot where I'm keeping track of the player state. Maybe I'm actually rendering the level as a separate pass and then looking at that for more information in my game state. So there's a lot of ways that things need to communicate. Of course, I'll talk a little bit about bullet dynamics. I wrote physics there, but it's called bullet dynamics. The bullet solver. So that might actually replace parts of your game state or your logic if that's taking care of the collision detection. So just to say it's not always what I intend when I start. Now, I also, as I was preparing this, I was thinking a lot about kind of common things that I keep track of in the games that I've created. This is not an exhaustive list. It's really specific to the kinds of things you'd make, but you might want to keep track of stages. This might be menus, for instance. So you're waiting for the player. You want to provide instructions. There's a section where the gameplay is happening, and then there's a sort of a game over state that you want to switch between. And this could just be even an integer that everything follows. So you want to build systems where, if you change that number, everything just kind of is looking at that for information about what to do. And I think this is useful for any kind of interaction where you need to have some kind of buy-in, right? So it can actually work beyond sort of something that might be a traditional game. Additionally, you might have timing events in this game logic section to keep track of information about the actual game. So a score, maybe there's durational information or points. If you have a player, it has maybe a position, speed. Does it have, like, do you have health that kind of counts down? And then additionally, like, physics might also be defined here, whether you're using the bullet solver or, say, defining that through your own system in chops or tops. Now, more kind of like thinking about my thought process behind this, I put together a big list of all the games things that I consider games or gamified experiences over the years from, say, 2021 for this top Art Tech House project down to even some recent exhibits, and thinking about, okay, what kind of inputs do I use? So everything, these are actually not that exciting, like Leap Motion, Azure Connect. I've used NES controllers and Xbox controllers as well for inputs into TouchDesigner, but there's obviously a lot more you could do. This is just what these instances called for. And then additionally, a few of these games incorporate the kind of the bullet dynamic system. Most of them that are using audio, I do use TD Ableton since it has such a tight sync, and then I can also do sound design in a platform that I'm comfortable doing that. And then additionally, some of them need their kind of own custom collision detection systems, which I will talk about in sort of a case-to-case basis, but some kind of interesting ways of determining when things are colliding. And I'll say, you know, these are also very much like mini games. I think about them as most of these existed in sort of an exhibit where the public could walk up and they needed to be able to buy in really quickly. So they also needed a really low barrier to entry, a low floor, but I also believe in sort of a high ceiling if possible. So I like creating things that if you keep playing it, you can develop sort of skill in it and find kind of actually get better at it. So that's something I also think about when I'm designing these. Okay, so this is just a video from this 2021 exhibit called Renewal 2121. I'll just play this video. Like, this space has changed a lot since then, but this was for the National Cherry Blossom Festival in DC. And for the 2 years prior, we typically did things that were like flowers everywhere. And this one was sort of like very much in that cyberpunk kind of vein of setting it 100 years in the future, dealing with sort of themes of nature's resilience, rebirth, renewal. So the games that I created for this, I actually created 2 for the first iteration and then 2 additional when it went to Miami, existed in this section here, I'll just pause it, called Sleepless Alley, where it was meant to be this kind of dense hallway, lots of different sound, lots of little things that you could interact with. And so I built these little mini games to exist not only as like sources of light and sound in this space, but as little sort of experiences that you could find as you were moving through the space. And again, this is 2021, so for me, I kind of consider it older work. I'll show some of the systems, and a lot of them are things that I would now refactor or like redo in different ways, but I'm still find it pretty kind of compelling to look at those examples. So this first example was called Upcycle, and the whole concept was it was inspired by this old game called Ski Free. I don't know if anyone knows Ski Free, but it's a game where you're skiing down kind of a ski slope and navigating obstacles. And I was imagining like what would happen if you played that, but your body moving left and right was actually sort of the way that you controlled the craft moving down the game. So I don't have a good, I didn't have a way to set my Connect up in the air in my office, so I'm just using my mouse. But when it was installed, it was a top-down Connect that was looking at the top of your head. So it was kind of doing like a head tracking thing left and right. So you'll see that in this demo when I play it. And then, yeah, the whole concept is you're diving through garbage basically and trying to find like items that you can upcycle, that you can reuse. So that's the whole sort of concept kind of set in this, you know, all of the words have these kind of like, the objects have these names that are sort of like, oh, we don't know what this object is because it's in the future even though they're obvious things. So a little bit of tongue-in-cheek. So I'll go ahead and play this, and there's a little bit of music and sound effects. Are you getting audio for me? Yeah, cool. So here I would position, this is my mouse, but I would position my head to steer this craft left and right. You collect those items, you avoid the garbage, and then switch to like the non-menu music. So some of the things I added for this are, the pickup items all have different colors, so those all have different point values and rarities. There's even little numbers that pop up if you can see them. And then of course you have a health bar, which is very generous. I actually am not a fan of this number of hearts, but I was told that public kind of needed a little bit more hearts. So, once you get to the run out of hearts, it's the end. So I'm almost dead, just for demonstration purposes. And then you get sort of a little stat screen. So this is saying, okay, it took me, or I got to pause it so it doesn't go on. Took me a minute. I have a score. It tells me what the most popular item, the item I picked up the most often, and then I have this kind of little graph that tells me, oh, how many did I pick up, and what is the distribution of those items, just to give kind of people a little bit of context. So yeah, it's I thought it was pretty, one of my more fleshed out things I've actually made in terms of games, and I just wanted to look a little bit at the top-down logic, even though there's a lot here that I would redo. Like you'll notice the movement in this top, this blue base here, I would probably not have nulls sticking out of it. I would select those separately. So there's a lot of little things here that I would change, but yeah, to just talk a little bit about what's going on. So the connect and audio happen up one level. So this is all inside of a game base. And then inside of it, we have actually 3 sections where I'm dealing with the logic, or what I would consider the game state. So there's one base that just sort of deals with what mode are we in? Is it the menu, the instructions, gameplay, the game over screen? It also sorts out timers. It keeps track of stats like health and score. I have this movement base, which is really just determining things like the player angle, the speed multiplier, because it does get faster the longer that you play, and also transforms the map. So in this case, I'm moving the map and not the player. My camera stays in one spot and everything moves around me. And then the grid, which we'll look at a little bit later, but this is where I've actually do the level generation, and it stores and updates that level on this pixel grid. And calculates collisions here, and also renders player items, walls, player trail. So usually I would now separate the rendering. I wouldn't do that inside of my logic bases, but at this point that's what I did in this instance. I also have a few spots, a couple here, where I'm defining certain game elements. So all of my icons happen in one of these, and I define the rarity and point values. And then we have a bunch that are doing the rendering. So this is kind of one place where I would consolidate, use render passes, those kinds of things. But everything from the heads-up display and the game over screen, the instruction panels, there's a separate section that does the particles for collisions. And I also draw my player in a separate base so that when I rotate back and forth, it rotates. And then there's the texture for the background. So kind of a little bit, I would usually consolidate that, but that's, again, 2021. So yeah, this is such a funny thing. I look back at this because I was at the time really interested in oh, what can I do in pixels? How can I use tops to simulate and store things? And so this whole game is a pretty low resolution. Each box there is actually just 1 pixel in my level. You can see that red, blue, and green top in the middle there. The red are the obstacles, the green, which I show in the normalized split view below. Those values go from 0 to 35, so each of those represents one of my pickup items. And then I have this blue channel that represents my player, where I create a trail. So I'm really looking at okay, is my trail on top of a specific pixel? And then, if it's a wall, that's a collision. And if it's an item, then I, give you points and play the correct sound based on that integer. Now, it's a little bit funny. You can notice that this is stepping, right? This is a feedback loop, and it adds new layers at the bottom randomly, and then it moves up 1 step. That doesn't really work for a smooth camera. So the way I solved this was, and this is why I wouldn't necessarily try this at home. It's doesn't make life easy at all. But there's a null here. So as I'm moving, I have a fraction or a ramp, and every time that ramp moves, I'm shifting that null up 1 value. So it's just kind of everything is going whoop, 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 up and down. And so it keeps a smooth camera. It works. I don't necessarily recommend it, and I think if I did this again, I would take a very different approach, but it was kind of an interesting experiment in how can I simulate something on a pixel grid. And yeah, so there you go, one example. Now, the other 3 pieces that I put together for this exhibit were using the bullet dynamics system. So if you're unfamiliar, it's API that uses Bullet, this real-time physics simulation API, and contains things like bodies, forces, constraints, and then produces motion on the bodies, so you can get fun little physics simulations. Now, I've used this in a couple different, well, I said 3 games for that exhibit, and this one is essentially a game of 3D Pong. So there were 2 displays. I'm simulating this on the left with a Kinect in my office, so I don't actually have the displays to put my hand in front of, but the idea is that your hands are the paddles to block the ball, and so I'm using a top-down Kinect to create sort of, you know, your paddle, and then that is a way that you can block the ball and send it back to the other player. So it's a multiplayer game. It's technically cooperative, so the idea is you want to get the highest score together as opposed to being competitive. And I'll go ahead and play. Again, this is also TD Ableton for the audio. Also, I like writing these kind of funny little retro songs, so that's a part of it too. It also gets faster as you go, so, oh, missed it. So there's 3 rounds, but I don't have to play them all. I think you probably get the gist. But I'll talk a little bit about, you know, how this is done, because it was an interesting problem. The way I'm working with the Kinect, and I thought about, okay, can I do kind of like some kind of skeleton or hand tracking, but it didn't strike me as robust enough for this. You know, oftentimes you can have dropouts, and the position of the camera being from the top didn't really lend itself to that. So using this sort of 3D bounding box that you saw that crops the point cloud and then rendering that orthographically as a projection can give me where your hand is in front of the display. But I needed to then kind of plug that into the bullet solver, which is inherently chop-based. And so the solution that I came across or found for this was to take the ball's XY position and go to tops and normalize that as a UV coordinate, so it goes from 0 to 1 in both axes. And then using the remap top, I could look up the player input to see if your hand was in front of the ball. Now, additionally, I need to know when the ball is in an area where it should be hit back, right? So I also have a gate, so if the ball isn't in that Z boundary, right at the sort of like plane of the display or where your hand is, don't do anything, but then I can just multiply it by 1 to then send a trigger. I'll go back to chops as well, and then there's a system that I won't look at, but that just basically reverses the Z direction of the ball. So you can bat it backwards, but only in that moment, right? And so I have to do this twice. I do this for each player, but it was kind of a compelling way to get top information into, say, the bullet solver. Okay, I like this one. It's kind of a funny little sound machine almost. This is also in that exhibit, and it's basically just a pachinko machine where the balls drop down. And in this instance, it almost doesn't qualify as a game, but there is a little bit of, because it's not skill-based, but the goal in this case is to, you launch balls on the left and right, and as the balls hit the bumpers, you fill up the points in the middle, and then there are a few little, visual post-effects layers that happen. So the idea is that the more you play it, you get sort of fun eye candy as you go. So I'll go ahead and play this. This was, I think, a leap motion, not my favorite tool, but you'd kind of hover your hand over the left and right to launch the balls. Oh, there we're getting some visual effects added. And then it gets kind of like, So one thing that I was looking at here especially was the triggering sounds based on the ball colliding with a lot of different elements. So you have pins and bumpers and walls and other balls that we all need to know the collision information about and trigger sounds appropriately. I'll look at the sound triggering a little bit later, but I just wanted to also break down a little bit of kind of the different behind the scenes pieces that I needed to make this work. So you'll see that this is the kind of wireframe view, and we have at the bottom, you know, anytime a ball hits, you can't see the floor. I'm not viewing it, but anytime it hits the floor, one is I set the linear velocity to 0, so that ball's not going to keep hitting other balls and making sounds. I also recycle them, so when there's not any balls available, I've flagged anything that has already been, that hits the floor as something that I can spawn. There's like a spawnable flag so that I can say, okay, now it's okay to recycle that ball. I'm not gonna pull it from the gameplay, right? Additionally, when you launch the ball, there are these little purple, and there's a red circle there. Those are spheres, just kind of so I can see where those locations are, but essentially there's a proximity trigger so that, you know, when the ball is launched, I was actually having issues for a while when I let you kind of choose how hard to launch the ball. It would sometimes fall back, and then I would get these like clusters of balls where it would just be stuck, and you can't tilt it like a pinball machine, right? So there's no way to like get it unstuck. So these essentially just keep pushing the ball forward. It adds some velocity to it so that the balls they always launch, right? And then additionally, the red one, I have this barrier so that the balls can't fall back in that little triangle. And I was having trouble figuring out how to make like a one-way wall with a bullet solver, but what I ultimately did was I created another proximity trigger that just teleports the ball slightly past the wall. So when you launch it, it just goes blip right on the other side of the wall as like a way to send it into the sort of gameplay area. There's also a couple of those bumpers that have the blue ones that have pluses, which maybe you can't see as well. There we go. You can see the blue ones on the right. Those ones trigger additional balls. It's kind of like a multi-ball feature. So those will also spawn additional balls from the top 3 areas. So those are a couple of the features, and I won't go into too much Python here, but this is, I think, maybe overlooked. There's the callbacks for the bullet solver I found really useful for this. When you're dealing with chops, it doesn't necessarily tell you what the ball hit, right? And I needed to know, what was the owner of the component that the actor that it hit. So so here I have a list of all of my actors, and then first I also need to determine like which of these collisions bodies was my ball and which one is something else. Sometimes they're both balls, but at least knowing which one is a ball is important. And then later on, first off, I say, well, if it's hit the floor, you know, I want to set the linear velocity to 0, so that happens in the callbacks. And then I have a section where I'm just saying, okay, did you hit a pin? Did you hit a bumper? Did you hit one of these bumpers that spawns balls, right? And so in any of those sections, in most cases, I'm just triggering audio-visual responses. So I want to play a sound, and in some instances, kind of make a visual event happen. And in a couple of these examples, I'm also passing along the linear velocity, so I average the 3, you know, XYZ linear velocity that I can pass on to a sound that it can then, you know, use some of that velocity so that the sound volume also corresponds to how fast the balls are going. You can also do this just in any sort of, you can interact with Python as well with the body class. So this is just also for the recycling. There are like if you, a ball is not present in this little green dot, maybe it's hard to see, but it's on the right side. Anytime there's not a ball there, it will say, oh, there's probably just been a launch event. I need to recycle a ball. Or maybe there are no balls if you've somehow launched them all. So at that point, it runs this script. It has a location or a TDU position, and that's where it's going to move. It just sets the, it translates one of my balls that have been flagged as a spawnable ball to that location. So you can also work with you know, Python as well. But I found it pretty important to this process. So lastly, I just wanted to touch on the audio side of it. I won't have that many other examples, but essentially this one I've built, and I use this technique quite a bit, where I want to send MIDI to a specific TD Ableton MIDI device. And so I have a bass that essentially, you know, I can point it at a TD Ableton device, and then passing in chop triggers will send MIDI on-off note events. So it's just a way to sort of to work with that. And in this case, I'm passing along the velocity in certain instances, and then some of these, like the pins, for instance, I want it to have slightly different timbres, so it doesn't sound like the same sample. So it randomizes. I have maybe 5 different like woodblock sounds, so it chooses one of 5 to make it a little bit more diverse when it's dropping. Okay, I'll talk a little bit about this one too. So this game was called UFO Catcher, also part of the renewal 2121, and this one doesn't have any audio, though it definitely could. This is also Leap Motion. This was, if you can think about the time, 2021, we were doing a lot of hands-free sort of exhibits. And so, yeah, so this one you move your hands in 3D, and when you grab, you attract the balls. And the whole idea is to drop them in these different chutes. Let's see if I can jump back here to the video. It's hard to find one where I'm not activating it. But yeah, you fill up these baskets, and when the meters fill, you get these sort of wild gravity effects where you know, the balls are maybe all pulled to the center, and it makes the strength of your magnet hands or whatever really powerful and pulls them all in. And so that's sort of the incentive here. Again, it's kind of more like a chance-based game, but there's some skill involved too, to kind of holding the balls and moving your hand back and dropping them in the baskets. I have this wireframe view. I don't know if it's that interesting, but here's just like the 3D view. But I did want to show a little bit about these kind of proximity triggers here again. So I have like a right and a left side, which essentially there's sort of a radius, and this is all done in the in like the feedback. So you get the bullet solver chop information, and then I run that through these 2 bases that are essentially just looking to see if like how much those balls are in a given how strong I should make that attraction to the grabbing, and then that feeds back into the do I have a I do have a slide. There we go. So this is kind of the diagram of what's happening, right? The bullet solver chop position, and I have an activation area. So that's my the sphere that I want to activate it using a distance threshold, which can also be like a strength, like a float value. I'll range that and then use that to add. In this case, I want to pull the balls towards the hand that's attracting them, right? And so I can add those forces in the bullet solver chop feedback, which I have found a little bit, you can do things that are a little harder to do with just the built-in forces. So there's a lot of ways you can start to plug things into this bullet solver feedback loop. Okay, so here's one. This was actually one that I made just for personal purposes. This is part of my like daily sketching practice, and I think I made it over maybe like 4 or 5 days. I just kind of kept iterating on this idea. I was also making it at my parents' house, and my brother, who's a bit younger, he's 13 now, would play it while I was building it. So it was kind of funny to have, like, only in TouchDesigner, I think you have somebody actually playing with the thing or experiencing the things, and you can be like programming it in the nodes. So that was always fun when I would make a change, and he'd be like, "You broke it, like what's going on?" So fun to get that real-time feedback. And he actually suggested all sorts of things, so it was kind of a fun little collaboration in that way. So the idea is I'll just go ahead and play the video while I talk. Did I turn the audio off? I did. Here we go. So you move through this maze, and there are things like mines that, you know, collide with you, or they actually attract towards your player. Those little green hexagons are nodes which you like activate, and you're looking for the exit. So there's an exit location that you're trying to find for each level. Each time you find that, it just generates a new level, and you get a little gold dot that shows you how many levels there it is, it's up there. See if I can get up there. This is with an Xbox controller too, so I'm using the right thumb pat stick to move around. And there we go, I found a goal. So now I have a little yellow dot circling me. And then there are also 4 sort of like power-ups that I built into this, or tools. Ouch. Okay, I lost. Yeah, so, you know, there's a game over, but I'll show a couple of so here we go. I think I find some tools faster here. So this one, for instance, gives me like a proximity, so it gives a little line. So I can see if there's mines off screen and not hit them. And I think I pick up the compass. So this is just, I can send out a pulse that gives me a little arrow pointing to the exit. I'll jump ahead because there's a couple other tools that I'll show. Where are we? I think I find one. Here we go. So this lets me kind of like push mines back, which is very useful, right? You can be surrounded by them since they all attract, and so that's a way you can navigate without losing. Of course, health, if you have lost health, spawns on certain locations, and then I think I have to jump a ways here. Yeah, there's also a map that you can pick up, this blue power-up, so that actually gives you a little mini heads-up display, which you can toggle if you want to look at it in full screen. So I, inspired by like a lot of other little video games, kind of trying to build out a larger system here, and of course, triggering different audio at the same time. So I want to talk a little bit about the, here's the wireframe of it, and you might look at this shape. This is the level geometry view. The whole level design. This actually is how I started, as I was like, can I use L systems to do like generative level paths and designs? And so this is like the variety of different paths that it generates. So I randomized certain sets of angles and other variables to just generate lots of L systems. So this was fun, coming up with one rule that could be pretty diverse when I changed those values. And then additionally, when these paths truncate, there's an end leaf, and so I use those for placing different things. So often at the end of a path, you'll find a mine or a power-up. So it's kind of a fun way to use this to design things. So if we jump ahead, you'll see as I'm generating some of these, you can see on the level design here, there's certain spots where there's mines and there's power-ups, and those all kind of get distributed in different ways. Now, there's a lot of things I would do to improve this. Like, there's no way that prevents certain items sometimes spawn on top of each other. So again, I made this over like 5 sketches kind of personally, and there's plenty of things I would want to change if this was like really being played by lots of people. But again, this is more of an experiment. And one of my favorite things about it actually was the way that I'm doing the collision detection. So yeah, if I'll let this play, and the middle here, so I'm rendering the level that you see on the right, and I'm also rendering a version of that black path as just a black and white image. And then the middle here is using a jump flooding algorithm. I actually talked about this recently in a tutorial where it's essentially giving me each pixel represents the distance to the nearest barrier. So you can see there's kind of a gradient that pushes towards the path. And then I take the player and I sample above and below the player and to the left and the right of the player, so that if I'm on top of and if I'm outside of the bounds, I have information that says, well, okay, if I'm sampling to the left and that value is high, I want to push to the right, and so forth in each direction. And by just feeding that into, the player movement is done in a chop system. So there's a velocity feedback loop, a position feedback loop, and I can add things like acceleration to it. So that's one where my movement stick is factored in, but then also I factor in the walls. So anytime you're on top of a wall, it's an acceleration pushing you back, which is why you're getting I don't know if I can find a good spot, but there's kind of this like bouncy quality to it. Actually, if you go fast enough and there's a little thin wall, you can move right through the wall. So it's kind of a funny little system, but I really like the kind of like the motion of it. And once you get the hang of it, it's fun, but it actually has a pretty steep learning curve because you can just ricochet all over the place if you're not being very careful with the stick, which I like hard games. Some people don't, but I like difficulty and skill ceilings. So cool. I think that's it. Oh, I had a quick section because I wanted to talk a little bit about, I think it's hard to like distill logic for these things because there's so many different kinds of systems that I'm working with, but here was like a really simple example that I thought kind of shows a common thing that I do, which is using timers as gates. So in this instance, like a lot of our power-ups have a cooldown. So when you launch the power-up, it has to recharge before you launch it again. You can't just spam that power. And so here I have the button presses from the controller, and there's also the has power up flag, right? So if I don't have the power up, I shouldn't be able to use it, right? So that's one right now. And then there's this timer gate. So when I push it, it launches timer 2, which is kind of in the bottom right, and really just selecting that in a feedback loop. So unless that timer is done, I can't hit it, right? And so it's really simple, but I think this is the kind of logic and thought process that I have a lot when I'm building building these games. And then, you know, I have the geo here that makes the little circle get larger, and also this null push, which is selected elsewhere. So that's what I can use for triggering sounds. Actually, I think all of the mines look at that so that they can move away from it. So when you actually press that button, they all are saying, oh, there's a push in my proximity, and then they move away. So, but this is that kind of little miniature system here. Alrighty, so one more game example, and this one was recent. This is actually currently on exhibit in our tech house as part of Isekai, which is their, again, the DC Cherry Blossom Festival. Isekai is a portal fantasy. It's like a manga anime genre. So the whole concept of the exhibit was looking at like that aesthetic essentially. And so I won't talk too much about the toon shading, but that was a whole another rabbit hole to get this sort of halftone aesthetic. But the world itself, you're kind of in the immersion gallery piece, which is the large scale projection map, projection space. That featured a lot of these different worlds that you would jump through, and so I had a whole set of like assets that I could use that would create some world building and connection between the other exhibits in the space. So the whole idea here is you follow this trail of petals, which has to do with the story in the exhibit, and it leads you to different portals, which you can go through to go to different places. So there's 4 different locations, and essentially it just cycles, right? So after you get to the 4th one, we're back at where we started. Let's see. Here is our moon base. I think the moon's my favorite. Oh, cool. And yeah, so I'll jump ahead to also there's like a steampunk space as well. The camera's a little bit, usually this is actually portrait. I adapted it just so we can see it a little bit better. So some of like the upper detail kind of gets cut off here, but that's why a lot of the buildings just kind of get cut off. But that's essentially the exhibit. This was guests use like a little NES controller. So they've got actually they have a button earlier, I missed calling it out, but I had a little lantern. So if you're in a dark space, it kind of prompts you to turn on a light so you can see. And now to look a little bit at this, these are all kit bash models. I don't know if anyone's used those, but they're high poly. So that was a fun thing to explore, was like dealing with actually placing those assets and making sure that it all ran smoothly. And you can see my, you know, and also this was made pretty quickly, especially the level designs, like on site. I was, you know, in the hotel making these level designs, and I don't have a tool for really doing it, so a lot of it was like manual placing of the 3D assets, which I think if I did this again, I would think about better ways of managing it. But there are times when sometimes the fastest way is just to place your 3D objects. I did build a little tool for doing the petal path, so I can set points where the petals will just kind of follow along the line. And then of course you need to think about things like, okay, how long is the line, because that affects how many petals you have, so that you can keep consistent density and those kinds of things. So a little bit of tooling there, but not for the 3D models. Also, this is a fun one because I actually do get to play with a little bit of like NASA imagery for, say, like the craters and stuff are real topographical maps of the moon, and the sky is, of course, you can download sky boxes of like the Milky Way. So it's fun. I always like incorporating those sources. And then lastly, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the collision detection in this, because I started like exploring the look and the design of this before it ended up becoming a game. And then I said, oh shoot, like if people are going to explore this, they can't go through the walls, right? So I needed to find a way of preventing that. And so here, I'll play this video. So this is actually similar to the molecule maze example previously, where I am using a top-down camera. In this case, it's an orthographic camera that's set right at player level with an extremely narrow clipping range. And I have to rotate it slightly, otherwise anything that's like a wall doesn't show up. So it's tilted a little bit. And essentially you can kind of see that I can see walls and even doors and walk through them. But anytime there's a wall in front of me, these two analyze like I'm basically cropping the image and analyzing it, and anytime there's a wall, I gate the player input. So I say, okay, well, if there's a wall in front of you, you can't move. If there's a wall behind you, you can't go backwards. It's certainly, I know that there are examples that are more robust, certainly even in TouchDesigner, but yeah, as far as this purposes, it works. Certainly you can't climb stairs, so there's more you might have to think about if you were trying to make this like a truly 3D game. But just as far as like a simple 2D collision detection, this actually worked surprisingly well. So yeah, I think that's it for my slides and for my presentation. So I mean, I hope this, you can, even if you're not making games also, like there might be some tools here, or even just like looking at the bullet solver in different ways, or you know, thinking about how you might create goals, even in something that's really abstract, is like a way to add depth, or make games, because I think there should be more games. So that's it. Thank you.
Check. Wow, thank you very much, Simon. Amazing presentation. Great way to start the day. And now some questions, guys. Do you have any questions for Simon? There we go.
I noticed that in some cases with the bullet solver, you're choosing to opt for writing Python scripts rather than using chops, and sometimes the other way around. I personally had quite some frustrations with this process and realized quite quickly that it's very hard to do everything in chops when you're dealing with this kind of bullet logic. What are your insights around that, or like why do you make certain choices there?
It's working? Yeah. Yeah, and I think that especially when I needed really specific information about the identity of the collisions. That's one of the things I couldn't access in the chops. So if we, okay, here we go. So in this instance, like I wanted, I kind of store all of the owners, and that was a really key way to say like, oh, I can tell if this thing is colliding with a specific object, and you can get all sorts of information about its speed and motion, velocity, those kinds of things, position to do something. And so especially in instances where I needed that information, I would use Python. Or if I needed to like move that ball to a specific location, and you know, thinking about those specific instances. So the like, I don't know if you can see it, but bodies is an array, and so if you give it, you know, the ID of that instance, that specific body, you can interact with that directly, and that will line up with your chop data as well. So there's some correspondence between those two. So occasionally, you know, you can trigger something in the chop land and it corresponds to a specific instance, as long as you are keeping that lined up. But I do like chops, especially for like forces and things where I already might have the information in chops. So that's where I would be kind of like pulling all of the balls towards one location. I assume you could do that in Python too, but I don't know of how to get, say, like the identity of the actors' parents outside of Python. Maybe it's possible, I don't know.
Maybe we'll take one more question, because we have to move on, but Simon is here for the next 2 days, and you can ask him questions at any given time. But is there any other question right now? I guess, Tommy.
For things like the like animations that are triggered when various events happen, is that being spawned with like an event chop or something else?
The first thing you said?
So when you're like triggering animations that occur when various events happen, are you like spawning things through an event chop or some sort of other approach?
Should not turn this thing off. Usually I avoid the event chop. I find ways of doing that with, I mean, you might need the event chop if you need like n number of things, but I usually try to build systems where I have like a fixed number, and then I'm just using trigger chops. It ends up, you always have a dedicated lane, a dedicated sample or channel for your instance, and so I find that I tend to run into like weird things sometimes when I try to work with the event shop, and I find just keeping it really like clear, not changing the size of chops often leads to less headaches, and I can build things that are extremely deterministic, like, because it's like, okay, well, there's this ball or this thing, and it you know, it flows from there, right? You always have it. It always exists, even if it's like a mine explodes. Well, the mine still exists. It's just disabled at that point. So, yeah, cool. And I am you know, if there's time or even after this event, happy to show people these two. I think I have a Xbox controller and a Leap, so some of these I can even demo because I think they need to be played to fully experience them. That's it.
Great. Thank you so much, Simon.
hear a little bit more about this actually tomorrow. But until then, today you're going to talk about puristic stable diffusion integration into TouchDesigner, which has been a project for you that you've been working on for a while.
Yep.
So looking forward to hearing more about it.
Okay, so I don't have so much time, and I also decided to go with that kind of anarchistic punk rock Berlin style stand-up presentation without no slides. But there's some story behind. Around more than 10 years ago, I was very active in Russian community about computer graphics, and it was a big event called CG event. I was doing several presentations there, and one day one guy came to me and said, hey, you do so cool stuff, let's meet. And that guy was Vadim Epstein, who was the first guy ever created a video mapping in Russia, in like around 20 years ago. And he had a company, they were doing visuals. Then he was also the main VJ of Kazantip Festival. Then we started to collaborate. So it was a very funny moment because Sila Sveta and Epstein were two competitors on the market. And I worked for both of them. Then someday he started to learn and intensively use machine learning stuff. That was around 7 years ago, before it became fancy. And we were speaking with him since 2 years or 3 years to make a course about that. And also funny thing that Vadim was one of the really adept of VVVVV. So, and I was adept of TouchDesigner, so it was always funny holy war mood between us. So on the end, we decided to make this course last year, and logically it was a point to make TouchDesigner integration, because we wanted not only show the command line during the course, but also to show how to integrate it in the workflow environment. And that started last year. In summer, we were sitting in Istanbul on his penthouse with super view on the islands, and starting to realize how to run stable diffusion inside of TouchDesigner. So because that was my puristic point of view, I mean, that's maybe for now it's still not most efficient way to achieve the best frame rate, but in long distance, I think it's only way, because if you work inside of TouchDesigner, you can control all the data flow. So what I present now, it's not completely ready solution, it's a part of our course. So basically it's like, typically we get money for that, but for you it's like for free. And the thing is, we stuck in several problems. I'm also not super deep level Python developer, so I could not say I know every possible module, etc. But on the start, I decided not to look into any other solutions what were existing on that moment, and go completely my way to integrate that. So I can scroll this page. So if you want, this is a Vadim Epstein. So I also doing that from Mac, which looks crazy, because actually I'm doing it on my server, which stays in my studio, and I connected over Marcus' iPhone to any desk. And one friend, who's also audiovisual TouchDesigner artist from Russia, sitting now in my studio to be the guy who can say enter, and someone who should be in front of camera. So I will. Because yesterday I realized that actually my laptop is gone. So it's like just overheating, and then I found that my Conda environment is around 20 gigs, so it like will take years to install it on some other machine. Anyway, so what we have now, it's running with around 5-6 frames per second currently. We use LCM model, latent consistency model, with stable diffusion 1.5. So basically the script which is running the stable diffusion itself is done by Vadim Epstein. So I don't know precisely what is there so detailed. I actually wanted to make much more for today, but I think it's still enough information. I started to make my own integration for stable cascade, for lightning, etc., etc. But basically, what is the biggest problem? In top context, TouchDesigner is designed to run in fast frame rate, like around 30 frames at least. If we have some script operator which runs very slow, TouchDesigner just stuck. Yeah, so it's like very complicated to deal with that. So we were looking for some solutions. We were trying different multi-threading modules, etc. That's all not works. So on the end, logically, we ended to make it with TouchDesigner engine, which is, we were also working with TouchDesigner 22 version, so it's produced not so much output information like in 23. But anyway, first, this is a basic setup. So we have one component which is working directly in TouchDesigner, and second is the engine version. Yeah, so the same talks. Then we have a camera. We reduce it to 512 for now. And we do 2 inputs and some outputs. So basically, I decided to move the script text outside of component to be able to edit it without getting inside of engine. But basically, what I wanted to show how we get the data flow inside. So we ended for now for this kind of setup. There first we have execute, which is set up the conda environment or any other environment where we have all the Python modules. That's kind of what you can find on TouchDesigner forum, nothing special. Then we have the init script, which run either from this button inside or from parameter from the component upper level. And in this script, basically, we initialize the object, the stable diffusion object into memory. And what I found on the end is the easiest solution. We use storage for that. So basically, only storage is only way how we can transfer any kind of data between different objects in TouchDesigner. So basically what we do now, we set up the A object, which is actually the parameter object that's main args that takes all arguments. And we store it as SD object into dictionary. We also store a state, busy. So using this state, inside of script top, we can check if it's still processing data or is ready to process next frame. Then for this script, we have basically that is a script which is attached to script top. We have here 2 functions. One function is sdrun, which is actually processing all the data. And here we do all transformation of data. So we capture the input, we transform it to corresponding torch format. And actually we process all the prompts and send it to the SD object invoking generate function. And then we store the image also to the storage, so we don't save it directly to the script top. That is a trick which gives us a possibility to avoid stacking in script top during the real-time processing. So basically, script top itself only get what is inside of okay, it's 1 second. So basically, yeah, it just check what is inside of storage and output the image saved there. Basically, it's all. The thing is, I'm now a bit more on the side to develop the thing forward. So I want to split all the setup to different operators to make a proper conf UI style thing inside of TouchDesigner. But for now, we run it everything with one script. And in order to output data, we use examine logically with out. We use error, but error is a bit complex to separate what is going from which context. And for that reason, I also just made an additional text operator, and I just write inside of this text operator all data I want from the script. So basically, for now, it's done quite simple. So we just add text here and delete if it's needed. So on the end, I can block this thing and unblock the engine. And then if we work with engine, basically our touch designer, okay, it's also like internet transferring right now, but all touch designer itself runs with quite stable rate around 59, 60 frames. So it's really doable to work with this project. And we're still running on the same GPU, so I have only one GPU in my machine. So basically, it's completely ready to use setup, in that case, for image to image. We have all things which we can control here. So we basically have parameters for setting the model paths, the script paths, the Python environment paths, and basically prompt, strength, and steps. Now it runs with 4 steps. We can even set up it with 2 steps, and LCM model works quite well until 2 steps. So then it will run with around 6 to 10 frames. So that's basically all to be fitted in time. And questions? Just maybe some shameless, in that case, even not self-promotion, but more promotion of Vadim Epstein. He is adept to the same approach as me, so it's not that course where you have tons of easy tutorials. It's more like very deep academic course, which is going about all history of machine learning. And in program, we have all things starting from the scratch. So from the model, which is like trained on one line of code and predict digits, until stable diffusion. So basically, after that course, you will have kind of very deep understanding how that shit is working.
I think that's a really good introduction.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for your talk, Stanislav. I think we have time for like really quick questions because we're going to keep moving. Anybody?
When you talk about 6 to 9 frames, what GPU you're running, just for reference?
On my machine currently is 4080. So Vadim has 4090, and it reached actually like around 15 frames.
Okay, anybody else?
Also, like very helps actually to cut off all debug data, yeah. So because it makes it much slower.
Second.
Yeah, I think I missed the crucial step of you storing the image in the storage to.
Yeah, we save image in the. Yeah, it's funny because we don't have direct connection. We save image in the storage. Okay, I have to. Okay, so anyway, we save image to the storage as an NumPy array and then read it back, actually. And then if stable diffusion calculates, we replace the stored image and read it back. So basically, otherwise come to our course and you have very detailed information and project. It's only one of projects we have because it's like we also explain logically how to use this traditional OSC plus NDI setup and etc. to run it on external machine.
Great. Okay, I think we're going to stop for now, but
Yeah, sure.
Stanislav is here.
I'm
and,
here. I will be here tomorrow, and yeah,
yeah,
anytime.
I'm going to ask you about convolutional networks next. Okay, so I think it's a good idea if everybody kind of stays close to home base here, because Chagall is going to be presenting next, and in a very short amount of time, so maybe hold off on going outside. Thank you very much, Stanislav.
Thank you.
Check, check, check. Okay, guys. It gives me. Are we ready? Well, I'll just talk. Really, really great pleasure to introduce Chagall, who, as you will see today, is an incredibly talented singer, performer, and electronic music producer. And she controls basically all the output of her live show with body motion with this amazing suit that you're currently wearing. Chagall's going to demo that today. You call your live installation B.A.B.Y, bionic assistant for becoming yourself. Super cool. And you've also been really active in with your Lovelace endeavor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, do you want to tell a quick...
Yeah, sure. I was going to do that in the end. But so next to my artistic work, I started a foundation called Lovelace. And because I believe that we need more gender diversity in our scene, so I'm teaching touch designer workshops to female identifying artists who are already making music or VJing or whatever, any kind of, and I want to really hopefully soon start supporting other performances and experiences that are female-led as well.
Yeah, no, it's great, really appreciate it. So follow Chagall and Lovelace on Instagram and tell your appropriate friends as well. Okay, so onwards, you're going to give us a demo and show us how this all works.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel. Okay, hi. Okay, hi. So my name is Chagall. I'm a musician, I'm a singer, and a producer. And I make, since about 10 years, I've been making live shows around my own music, where I try to give audiences new type of experiences of music. For me, this whole journey began when I started learning how to produce my own music in a DAW, like Ableton Live. And for me, what was really important revolution was that I didn't need like an external person anymore, like a producer person, to channel my, it's fine that it's black. I'm gonna come up with some visuals soon. So I didn't need, like, when I learned how to use this program, Ableton, myself, I could make my own music and I didn't need this other person to channel my creative ideas anymore. But also, I suddenly had, with all this amazing computer power, I had all the possible sounds under the sun at my disposal, which was amazing for creating music. But when it came to, other hand, wait, there we go. But when it came to live performance, I was bound to me, pretty limited interfaces. I had all these buttons and faders to control all my music and like come up with that live again. But that meant that I was kind of hunched over my computer and not interacting with the audience. To me, and I make songs. I sing songs and they're about my life and about the world and whatever. And I think we can connect over that music. I think that's what makes live music cool. But this wasn't like very interactive. And the other thing was that, you know, when we look at a guitar player, we can really relate to the motion of the guitar player hitting the strumming the strings and the sound that we're hearing. And that's really cool because we believe that that's really happening in that moment. When we look at someone with a bunch of buttons and faders, that is a little bit more inanimate. And for me, it was basically not enough. So I was really lucky to run into the company that makes the gloves that I'm wearing, Mimu. I also worked at that company for a very long time and designed the UI and the UX for the software Glover that maybe I'll have time to show you. But that's basically an app for taking motion data and mapping it to MIDI or OSC, and it's just a really cool tool. So I started working there in 2014, and I started performing, singing, and making music. So they're basically, there are sensors in my fingers, and there's an IMU on my wrist. And in this mapping app, Glover, I can map these movements to different MIDI controls. So for example, if let's test if we have the audio in there. No? Okay, that's what we're supposed to have done during the sound check. Oh, maybe I'm not in the right scene. Oh, Ableton probably doesn't know about the... Oh no. Live demos, huh? Okay, quick reboot of Ableton. No. Okay, this should be it. Oh, great. Hello. Yeah, now we should be hearing something. Yeah, okay. So I can recognize different postures on my fingers to trigger different chords. And I can use the roll of my wrist to kind of open the filter. So I started doing that in 2014. Oh, we don't want to be looking at Ableton. Well, maybe you do, but wait. Let's get back to this. So that was already for me like really nice evolution that I could now be on the center of the stage, and instead of doing that, I could engage more with my music and with the audience. So pretty soon I started also to incorporate visuals. So in the first show that I made, Calibration, I was it was an open frameworks app where I was doing a lot of live video stuff, but also some graphic stuff. But then in 2018, I came across the Xsense suit when I was making a VR experience. And I was recording my own motion to be in the experience myself. And I thought, this could maybe be a nice extension of my gloves, so I could be physically fully present in my music as well as my visuals. So then I created a show where I used that full body motion capture data to, for example, in this example, I have this real-time rendered avatars as my backup dancers. So that was in 2019, and then COVID hit, yay. And I started writing a lot of new music that was a lot about, I think, what a lot of us faced when we couldn't suddenly tour anymore, and we didn't have deadlines, and we didn't have a lot of things that we think make us us. So I started writing a lot of music about the confrontation with myself, and learning how to be okay with also the other parts of myself that maybe I didn't like that much. I also started experimenting with controlling light. Oh no, come back. This is a great interface for doing slides, isn't it? So I started to experiment with controlling moving headlights. So that was kind of the first part of this new thing. And to visualize this idea of this confrontation with the self, I wanted to build a big cocoon-like installation. And that became B.A.B.Y. And B.A.B.Y is symbolic for the cocoon that we will always live in, and which is our own mind. So she's basically me, but like a bigger version of me, and she can be completely controlled by my motion, every element of it. But she can also obviously be pre-programmed to do stuff randomly, and then sometimes she just really reacts to what I'm doing. And that's, for me, the most magic, when B.A.B.Y is doing things that I don't expect, but she is reacting to me, and then she's telling me these stories, and that's when I burst out in tears on stage. But yeah, so this is B.A.B.Y. She is 3.2 meters tall, and she consists of 12 curved LED strips, arches, and 8 moving headlights. The initial setup was that I had my avatar running in a Unity scene still, so that was kind of legacy from my previous show. And then I was controlling the moving headlights also from Unity. And then I had this app called ProtoPixel with a controller for the LEDs, but ProtoPixel at that time could only be controlled with a Python. So we wrote this completely custom script together with a Unity developer, and I'm not that proficient at Python nor Unity. So the workflow was that I came up with features that I wanted to control and that I wanted to edit, and then I had to tell the developer, and he would build it, and he had other projects, and then 3 weeks later I had this one feature, and then I had to be like, oh no, I actually wanted something else. So it was like pretty slow, and the first performance was pretty blocky and limited. And then my friend Roy from YFX kept harassing me about TouchDesigner in 2021. And yeah, finally tried it, and so glad I did, because this introduced my second revolution of creative freedom, also now on the visual part. So immediately I could, I basically within 2 months or something, I was able to rebuild my whole show within TouchDesigner. And now suddenly it was so much more organic, and I had so much more freedom. Plus, I could now just sit there the whole night myself until I liked it, and I didn't have to bother anyone else, which was really great. So yeah, I wanted to today demo how this interaction with B.A.B.Y works, but B.A.B.Y is pretty big. So up until 2 weeks ago, it wasn't possible for me to actually show you, but now it is, thanks to the Gerritsen brothers, because they were helping me with putting B.A.B.Y in a pre-visualizer that's actually pretty cool. So now, you can see that my avatar is being rendered in real time. There she is, la-di-da. And we also have B.A.B.Y here, so we have the moving headlights. So now I'm using my gloves to turn on these lights, and I also have the LEDs in the background. So this is really cool for this. This is a premiere, by the way. So this didn't exist like a few days ago. So, so it's also really exciting for me to soon be able to actually work on my show when I'm not in the studio with B.A.B.Y, because I can see it so much better. So this application takes in all the movement data from my suit and from my gloves. And then outputs everything over ArtNet to my LEDs and moving heads. So yeah, now for the demo. Okay, so let's start with the moving heads. So yeah, also what's actually cool, so I can move myself to the middle by pressing a button on my glove, so then whoop, she goes back to the middle. But maybe it's more fun if I'm a bit closer to the screen so you can see both of us's. I'm now going to use my right glove to turn on this light and that light, and I can use a posture on my right hand to open the zoom of the light. And I also now they're pointing, actually you can see that they're pointing at my hands, right? But they're actually pointing at those balls that are shooting from my wrists, and I can move those balls, so now you're blind. Cool. So, and then I have these lights kind of grouped. So now I'm just controlling light 5 and 8, but I can also do all of them. And they're now pointing at a point on the floor, but if I turn my hands up, they're pointing at my chest, kind of. So we make them a little bit less, yeah. And then I can also point them at my feet. So now when I'm moving around, there, I've got some Michael Jackson vibes going. Yeah, so those are the moving heads. I can also point all of them at you guys. Yeah. Okay, so that's the moving heads, and so same for the LEDs. Now we have my stage position. So then this is just a boring rectangle. Actually, B.A.B.Y was the most amazing tool for me to learn TouchDesigner, because you can imagine it's only 12 pixels wide and 250 pixels high. it's completely 2D, so it's like you only have to learn about circles and rectangles and how to move them across the screen. So, and obviously I watched all of William's tutorials, and I had Tim and Roy on speed dial, which is like an amazing help. But yeah, this is just a rectangle, but it's still, you know, when you see this live and the LEDs are like shining in the haze and everything, it looks pretty amazing. I think also if I go back, it will, yeah, it will go a bit more red. But we can also, I can also render my position and my hand position as like this kind of Barbie Papa avatar. Or, what do I have here? Oh yeah, so what's also pretty cool is we can calculate the interaction point where I'm looking or pointing when I'm facing baby. So let's put me in the middle. I'm gonna face baby. So we have now where I'm pointing, and I can also turn my gaze on. So now, okay, I guess this is a bit more impressive when you see the actual structure around me, but just pretend you're looking at a video there. Okay. Now I want to show you something where everything comes together a little bit. This is the core of this is a plugin that I worked on for Memu. It's called the Jellyfish. And the idea of the plugin is that you can record some audio into it live and then manipulate it in that moment as well. So it kind of, you record something and then it puts the waveform in space. And in this case, I'm putting it on baby. And I'm going to get it out of baby again by pointing at her. But we don't have my fancy audio setup here today, so I'm just going to play you the sample that's now currently in the Jellyfish.
Did I dream it? Did you dream me?
Okay, so this sample is now here, like on baby. And then I'm going to put myself in the middle. And then when I do a rock sign, I activate the Jellyfish, and then basically where I look on baby is where the grain of the sample I'm going to get back. And then the higher I look, the shorter the grains are. And there go the lights. So these are now just audio reactive. Oh yeah, and further I have my hands apart. We have a little choir. Yeah? Okay. Thanks. I don't know. Oh. I accidentally did perfect for time, but yeah, there's many elements to this, especially Glover. Maybe I can really quickly show you why, for me, this is important. Where is it? Here you go. So this is Glover, and for me, this is kind of like my show design I do here. So, so you can see I have the, different sensors come in, and like some machine learning around what posture I'm making. Rock, one finger point. So that's that. But the main thing that I also use it for is to really design the different scenes and how to switch between them. So. Yeah, here I have my synths, and then design. Yeah, basically design what controls I have, because otherwise it would be total chaos all the time. So for me, this is kind of the brain, and then all the music is coming from Ableton, and all the visuals are coming from TouchDesigner. Yeah, so that was it, I think. Oh no.
It's amazing.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Fabulous presentation, and really great to be able to see the.
Chagavatar.
Yeah. Wow. Do you ever sort of do something by mistake, like trigger a sound or a lot?
But I mean, I rehearse a lot to take out all the possible really bad mistakes. But it actually, the mistakes that I do, like there still maybe are, or the uncertainties that are still, I do try to keep them because I don't want it. So because it's already never the same show because I'm not a robot, so I move in a human fashion, and that's why B.A.B.Y is moves in a human organic fashion. But still, like the things that are a bit uncertain, they surprise me too, and then I react to her, and you know, that's why it stays really emotional for me.
Okay, who has a question?
Thank you. That was super inspirational, honestly, because I've been working on something similar with a couple of my friends, but of course on a much, much, much smaller scale. Okay. So seriously inspirational. My question was kind of being able to embody the art of making music. Does that change your approach to making music?
To the actual making of the music.
Yeah, do you feel like there's different kind of sounds? Do you think in terms of movement instead? How does that change your music?
So far, because also for this performance called Unlocked, and B.A.B.Y is the name of the installation, the music was made mostly during the pandemic, and I was really upset with screens then. That's also why I wanted to build B.A.B.Y, because I wanted to have this interaction with a more physical structure, and this looks more fun, doesn't it? So I didn't actually use any of this for the composition, but so the next thing that I just started trying out controlling dome spaces, because I think it would be nice that you don't only look at me having an amazing immersive experience, but we all have it together while I create my world around you. I really want to use immersive audio for that as well. So I think now I have no choice, and I really want to start composing in spatial and more with mocap in mind. But so far it's been pretty traditional piano programming, Ableton Studio with 2 boring speakers. Yeah.
There's a really good dome in Montreal, just saying.
I know, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for amazing presentation and show. I also was doing something in that direction with one of my performer friends. Anyway, small question. What software were you using for mapping the scenes to MIDI outs?
The scenes to MIDI?
Yeah, like you showed before the gloves, and it was like...
yeah, Glover. It's called Glover.
It's from Accents?
No, it's from Mimu, so the gloves company, and we built it really to, for musicians to be able to map movements coming from either gloves or a leap, or I was using my phone to switch between the scenes, and you can take... yeah. Or did you mean how the MIDI is going out of Ableton into Touch?
Yeah, that's clear, yeah. I mean, I was doing similar mapping tool in TouchDesigner directly, but you've done it.
Yeah,
with it.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Just very practical, can you give us the brand and how to know a little bit more about your gloves?
My gloves, yeah. So they're called Mimu, M-I-M-U,
yes.
Gloves.com. And it's a small startup company in London. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think Ginger Lee was using
the
Mimu
she
gloves
is. Yeah,
too.
yeah, she's one of our first users. When is your next concert? Oh. I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually not sure yet. So if anyone has any ideas of where I should play, please let me know. I was supposed to put my handle isn't. I put it in there. It's ShaggyLaLaLa on Instagram, and my email address is chagall@chagallmusic.com. So yeah, I'm itching to perform more. So.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question, and then you guys can talk after.
Yeah, I was curious, do you ever integrate with any of the lighting that's already in the venues when you, like front light, for example, that would follow you around on stage?
That's on my, so now everything is in TouchDesigner. All of these things are going to be so much easier. I haven't done that yet, but that's definitely, because now I do still take a lighting person who I do also dearly love, so I don't really want to not bring him anymore. But yeah, it makes no sense that I'm controlling all these lights and not my own front lights when I'm ready to go into the next song or whatever. So yeah, that's definitely on the roadmap, very near a roadmap.
Thank you so much. That was really fantastic.
we're good. So next up here we have Mickey van Olst, local to Berlin. And yeah, many of you know him. He's also a resident at the Node Institute, basically, if I can say it like that, yeah. You are an art director and creative technologist who blends the two things, art and technology, yeah, together, involved in a wealth of installations, and you can hear Mickey's name pop up in a lot of productions that are going on. And today he's going to talk about Zen and the art of touch designer tools, where we're hearing about creating tools for, well, our platform, highlighting Chain GPU and its capabilities. Also, we'll hear about actually the club that we're going tonight to, the Studio 1111, because Mickey was involved in setting up the system there. So it's a good precursor to learning more about what's happening tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, so during my talk, I'll be cherry picking a little bit from different schools of thought and certain parts of my life that had a big impact sort of like on the current trajectory. And the title, Zen and the Art of Touch Designer-Tools, is a nod to the novel Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Maybe some of you have read it. The comparison doesn't really go very far, but it felt appropriate given the contents. Yeah, so today we'll be examining how tools and their use reflect deeper philosophical principles. I'm by no means an expert on this, but I do think it's an important conversation to be had, and I would like to have it with you. Now, before we start, yeah, like I won't be going into detail of any of my recent projects in like a big way. I keep up my website really well. I do my best. So if you want to see any of the new shit, then that's the way to go. Besides that, like I also built a lot of electronics. I kind of sit in between being an art director, a creative coder, and yeah, designer of hardware and things like that. Besides that, I work a lot with many different studios, a lot of them here in Berlin. Let's move on. Yeah. So yeah, like instead, where I would like to start is there. This is me roughly 14 years ago, something like that. I was just beginning at art school in the Netherlands, in design school in Utrecht. And it wasn't necessarily my first encounter with coding. Like I already started using Flash and ActionScript back in design school. And yeah, like maybe some of you recognize the interface of this application. Show of hands, anyone? Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, open frameworks, exactly. Yeah, so like I kind of went in on the deep end in that sense, which was very tough, very frustrating, also very rewarding in many ways. But yeah, like it was sort of like at a phase in my life where I really sort of like started to get exposed to new media art and like the understanding of like kind of the direction that I wanted to go. And let's see, moving on. So yeah, the art school that I went to, it was the new media art section. It was just a very, very small subset of a much bigger department, which was the film school part of the department. Meaning that many of our classes coincided with film and that we had to learn about art history and film analysis and writing narratives and so on. And there was this very clear focus on the idea that our work came from a long lineage of artists and that in order to make good work, you needed to understand and be aware of those that came before you. And yeah, like for me, this was like a really sort of like important time in my life where I started sort of like becoming aware of these things of like how storytelling works, how like creating a narrative functions, how you can set a scene. And let's see. Just to mention, on the left here we have Man Ray, and on the right we have Oskar Fischinger, both of them pioneers in their field. At the time, Man Ray made these rayograms, which are objects that are scattered throughout the film and then exposed and then put together in a film reel again. And Oskar Fischinger used paper cutouts to make his animations. And I'm pretty sure if they would have been around today, they would have been Touch Designer users. So. Yeah, another very big influence was Namjoon Paik at the time, for me at least. Of course, he was already quite well known and sort of like a father figure in the new media art scene, doing his work in the 60s. And yeah, like this sort of like clear realization that there's always like this coincidence between technological development and artistic expression. And yeah, like I was very lucky that new media art in the Netherlands was well displayed. We had many galleries and museums that were spending a lot of time and attention on this. But it was also the time of 2008 and the financial crisis and fundings being cut and new media art institutes disappearing or struggling. And it made me very much aware that I needed to move elsewhere to sort of like do what I want to do for a living, which is part of the reason that I ended up here. Yeah, so maybe it's a funny side note. I had quite a discussion with the staff about whether it should be .de or NL behind my name, because after 10 years, nobody really knows. But like, I'm originally from Amsterdam, I'm Dutch, but I've been living here for a bit over 10 years now. Yeah, like Geoffrey Shaw, another very important figure, sort of like really sort of like showing the beginning of sort of this idea of like artistic practice of mechanics or using a sort of concept that functions using code. I would like to show you a slightly more modern example, and by modern I mean still 25 years old, but I think it's, for me it made a very big impression back then, by Marnix Nice, Marnix de Nice. Run, motherfucker, run. Let's see if it runs. What mostly impressed me about these artists was that they didn't seem to think of media as something that exists on a screen, but rather as something that was an experience, something that you could feel, that you can hear and see several times, but that they very much focus on the ability to think spatially, and that you are a participant rather than a spectator. And these types of installations, they made a very lasting impression. And it was sort of like this cluster of artists that sort of like operated between the 1990s to early 2000s that were making video art in this kind of way, and yeah, really tried to make you feel something. Let's see. Another very influential figure there is Shirin Eshat. She's an Iranian artist, and very impressive use of film, and also impressive use of space. Like she always handles topics that are very close to gender equality or to religion and culture, and also like being an exile from Iran. And I would like to show a small snippet of her talking about one of her spatial pieces, or like more signature works.
Always had a love affair with the moving picture. At the very first small exhibition I had, I even experimented with Super 8 and video. And the videos became like short poems, and the movies became a story. My earlier videos are composite double-channel projections. The audience is literally inside of the artwork and conflict between two separate projections. They become like the editors of the film. Soliloquy stemmed from my own experience as an Iranian in the US, and it's the only video that I've been in. The main role was...
So just to get back to Shirin Eshat for a moment. So like, she always works with these projections which are two-sided and sort of like this multi-film projection. And one exhibition that I saw back then was where she had two choirs, an all-male choir and an all-female choir from Iran. And they were placed opposite of each other. And there was this tremendous force in the room which really forced you to be conscious about your own position in that space, about who did you choose to direct your attention to. It really made you feel, it made it come very close to you as a person. And that sort of work where they are able to personally confront you with your own biases, with your own thoughts, with your own presence, yeah, that's something that I really wanted to take with me, and that made a deep impression. Bill Viola is another really great example of this. the ability to make work that feels deeply personal, but at the same time iconic, and that the ability to sort of like extrapolate a certain moment in time that can have a lot of layers to it. And the other thing that it really showed to me was that presentation of work really matters a lot. Like that, the way in which you show your work influences how people experience it. Okay. Sorry, I'm very aware of the time. So, does anybody recognize this piece? It's not a new media artist, I promise, but does anyone know? Yeah. I'm assuming you're going to say Velázquez because that's yeah. Yeah, this is Las Meninas by Velázquez, and there's a story around this work by another painter that really stuck with me, and I could only verify some small parts of it, but I think it's worth telling because it's, I think, kind of like emblematic of some of the personal choices I've had to make in the past, and I think many of you too have as well. So yeah, like I said, this is Velázquez, and it's not about the artist that made the painting, but it's about this other painter who, upon seeing the work in person during a visit to Spain, was just so stunned by its quality and realized that he would never be able to create something this exquisite as a painter. And yeah, like I said, I can't really confirm this part, but it's stuck in my mind for a long time. So after realizing that he could never be this good, after coming back to the United States, this painter took all his paintings from his studio and went to the nearest river and stood above a bridge and one after another threw his sketches and paintings off the bridge into the water, kind of giving up on the field altogether. And as he was watching the ripples of the paper floating on the surface of the water, he noticed the way that the curvature was happening and that the way that the paintings were bending, that he became inspired to use this in an entirely new way. So the artist that I'm talking about is Richard Serra, who you might know. He actually passed away earlier this year, or I think end of last year, working with these tremendously big steel sculptures where this awareness was very strong about like that the piece is not the piece, you are the piece, the person that is viewing the piece. You are in the end the one that makes the edit of the film that you're watching. So yeah, for me personally at the time, I just realized that like that video art was not for me, that I wouldn't be able to be that strong figuratively, and it just wasn't necessarily something that I felt I could pull off. And at the same time, I became more and more aware of this group of artists and hackers and nerds that were exploring creative potential in technology in a way that felt very exciting and also like a bit of a new frontier. I'm talking here about Theo Watson, Zach Lieberman, Open Frameworks, yeah, like really sort of being in a field that still felt completely undefined. And this was something that I knew that I wanted to be part of. So yeah, we're going to skip ahead a little bit, but oh, good, sorry, we're going to skip ahead a bit, but in a bit. Yeah, so like I picked up Programming Interactivity by Joshua Noble and tried to work my way through Open Frameworks and working with Arduino, and that started turning into installations and kind of becoming bigger and bigger. And I was still kind of like very deeply had this feeling ingrained that I needed to, that being somebody that works on the technology side of things is not, that you're not a true creative somehow, that you are subjective to the vision of somebody else. And I noticed this a lot when I was in art school or in design school, the moment that people realized that I was able to program or build things in a technical way, they would stop talking to me about font usage or layouts or art or design. They would ask me technical questions. So I was very much still like kind of like dragging that feeling along. And this book for me was really sort of the moment that kind of changed that, which showed that you can actually make good looking design and still use code, and that you can be an art director or an artist or a designer just using different tools. And yeah, that awareness really sort of like helped me to kind of like find the next steps. And yeah, like a whole bunch of desks later, we're gonna forward a little bit to the actual topic itself of the talk, tools. So does anybody recognize this coffee pot here? So this coffee pot is called The Coffee Pot for Masochists by Jack Karelman, and it is shown on the cover of a book called The Design of Everyday Things by Donald Norman. And this book really tries to sort of like dissect what good design means from a sort of user interaction standpoint. And there are a couple of really important concepts in the book, but the one that I would like to point out is sort of like that there are 5 categories to designing something like a tool. You have affordances. So affordances is the ability to sort of like have a perceived ability. So a button affords pressing, a handle affords pulling. You have signifiers, which are cues or indicators that communicate where actions should take place. And then we have feedback. Feedback is the information that is returned to the user about what action has been done and what has been accomplished, which can be visitory, auditory, or tactile. Then we have constraints. Constraints are elements that restrict the possible actions that can be performed with an object and guiding the user towards the correct use. And then lastly, we have mapping. So mapping refers to the relationship between controls and their effect in the world. So good mapping ensures that there's a clear and logical relationship between the user's actions and their outcomes. Every tool needs a mental model. So once again, from the book by Don Norman, there are 3 different categories to a mental model. You have the design model, which is the designer's mental map of how their tool works. The system image, which is what the product shows to the user. And you have the user's model, which is how the user thinks the tool works. And like this really shows that design in the context of tools is really an art of communication. Things work best when the designer and the user have similar conceptual models. And this is something that is very important to consider for us as well. Maybe just a little bit of backtrack. Like the reason that I think this is important to address and to talk about is that in the end, working with Touch Designer is a lot about making our own tools. And it's about making tools for others, making tools for ourselves, building up a repository, building up a workflow. And given that Touch Designer is so open-ended, it means that you are really left with the responsibility of doing this yeah, for yourself. Tools encode a way of working. Heidegger strongly sort of like pushes this with the concept of Zuhandenheit, which means ready to hand. And it's this idea that a good tool sort of like fades out in the background. It becomes invisible. Instead, you can be obsessed as a user with the actual task that you're doing, the process that you're undergoing, whether it be creative or just simply about production, but that you're not necessarily focusing on the tool itself, but you're focusing on the outcome and how you're working with it. There's also the opposite of that, which is present at hand, which is when a tool breaks or when a tool offers friction, when you're actually trying to focus on getting something to work rather than working with it. And yeah, like this all really sort of like boils down to this idea of like embodied knowledge, that a tool has knowledge that is embedded into it that really sort of like provides the handles to a user that as long as there's a contextual understanding, things should work in a logical and sensible way. Revisit, rework, reflect. This is something I couldn't encourage more. Like try at times to open up an old patch from a year ago or 2 years ago, see how you did it. Try to make the changes and then afterwards try to reflect on why you do things differently or how you do things differently. It really helps you to understand your personal growth, and it also helps you to understand sort of like the refinedness in the articulation of your personal workflow. Tools and scope. So learning to embrace wide and narrow solutions. It's very tempting sometimes to have a tool that does everything, but sometimes it's much better to purely focused on something that does something very well and it does only this little thing versus something that can be widely applicable. And it's very important to kind of make this consideration in the tools that you're building, to kind of like consciously say, okay, well, this is to solve this particular problem, or this is to basically use in all kinds of ways. Motivation matters more than talent. So this is more from sociology, but like this is something that's also very important for us to consider when making tools or when publishing tools, that in the end it's the motivation that you're competing for, like the motivation for somebody to bring up the effort to learn your tool, to start using it, to promote it, to really dive into it. And this is only possible if you're managing to sustain that motivation. And this is to keep the barrier of entry low enough, to make sure that there are enough examples, that things are demystified in a way. Tools require good context for use. In the end, tools are cultural artifacts, which means that also in our case, it's very important to be very pragmatic and to understand that tools are not neutral objects, but that they are shaped by context and the purpose that they serve. Tools don't describe an outcome, but a way in which to describe an outcome. By this I mean to say that tools are meant to facilitate a process rather than guarantee a specific result. Once you sort of like embrace that idea of thinking, it becomes much easier to make certain design choices and to also see sort of like the value of the tools that you're building. Tools can be physical, digital, practical, conceptual, or hybrid, which means that like your tool doesn't just exist as a tool in a TOX component, it also exists in a person's mind, it exists on a piece of paper, it exists across different platforms and layers. And that if you're working on a tool for yourself or someone else, it's important to consider all of those aspects. And tools aren't static, but adaptable, meaning that it's important to revisit tools, to review them, to see how your workflow changes over time, and adapt your tools to mimic and reduce friction. That's it for tools. Yeah, like to kind of exemplify a few of these things, not necessarily in a very direct way, but I do think it's interesting to see. First off, I want to start off with ChainGPU, which is a tool that I've built that does physics calculations for anything from hairs to stems to trees. It allows you to model any kind of thing that you would like to sort of like have exposed to physics in the real world that can be seen as a chain of components. And for instance, like one of the parts that for me was very important with this tool was that I wouldn't have to spend too much time teaching people how to use it. What I mean to say by that is that like I try to model it and to emulate a workflow that was already familiar to a lot of people, the one of particle GPU, which exists in the palette and has been made by Marcus. So I tried very closely to resemble similar properties in the parameters, similar workflows, in order to hopefully make sure that people sort of like already feel familiar with the tool before even having used it. Yeah, some more examples. Another big part of this was teaching at the Node Institute. So like this year I'm also giving another course, and last year I gave a course as well, or 2 courses on ChainGPU. And to get sort of like user feedback and to also sort of work on these examples was really valuable and helpful. So like trying to find ways of like, okay, how can I show the versatility of a tool, but at the same time reduce complexity? And yeah, like this sort of resulted into like a series of like different examples, kind of building things up from like the very basics of physics to like, yeah, full animations like these. I would like to show some of the Touch Designer patch here, but I'm really afraid I'm not going to manage, but maybe at the end. So yeah, but like a big part of this tool was not just to build ChainGPU as a tool, but also to kind of build a lot of examples around it and to yeah, to make it easy for people to kind of see how they can apply it in their own practice. Yeah, these are some of the things that I'm hoping to integrate into it soon. So yeah, collisions, Verlet integration, quaternion calculations. It's a lot of sort of like behind the scenes stuff, but to me it's very important. And yeah, the last one, point field workflow integration, is something I'll talk about in a second, which is a sort of workflow that I would like to introduce that hopefully resonates with some of you here. Yeah, Reclaim Wonder, it's a project that I work together with Stefan and with Joseph and with Timo and Andrew last year, and it's a project that kind of helped to bring some of these tools into practice in a way that was very helpful, like to kind of really see, okay, from a collaboration standpoint, like how do we sort of like structure things, how do we orient this, and yeah, like just to show like a little brief example of it. It's basically like a virtual space that is mapped onto a real space. So all of the objects and sort of like the system that is navigating in a 3D space is mapped one-to-one to the space that this installation was in. And anywhere there was an intersection happening between content and the screens, it was sort of like a slice of content. Besides that, it was also very important for us to have interaction. So you could actually sort of like use it as a portal almost to spawn new beings into this space. And yeah, it was very much about like this idea of like how do you visualize creative collaboration across the web and sort of like the eclectic process that is part of that. Yeah, sort of like this idea of like working with tools across platforms or like across pen, paper, hardware, software, etc. Also was a big part of this. So for example, we built all the sensors ourselves. So yeah, like I do quite a bit of hardware development as well, like PCB design and so on. And here we are using a time-of-flight sensor that is able to send its data over the local network from like all different kinds of portals to our Touch Designer application. And then Touch Designer is actually able to interpret that data and then to make choices about what the user is possibly doing. And here it's also sort of like an interesting choice about like, okay, we have the firmware on the microcontroller, we have Touch Designer itself, what sits where on which end? Like, does the microcontroller try to interpret the data, or do we do this later on? So in this case, actually, it was really helpful to just send the raw data to Touch Designer as if it's like a virtual 3D camera, and then have Touch sort of like deal with all of these like little low resolution video inputs, and based on that determine whether or not there are people interacting with the installations or like with the different portals. Then Studio 1111, as said, like you guys are gonna, some of you might be going there tonight. I was asked by Flora Fauna Visions to join them on creating a Touch Designer-based sort of media workflow for this space. And the space itself has immersive projection on all sides. So I'll quickly show like a little video of that. And they were very keen on making it in a way that it's very possible for artists or creatives to actually like contribute touches and to sort of like help with building a repository of visuals that could work in that space. And this was in the end actually like a much more complicated assignment or task than it seemed at first sight. So I ended up basically having to build, this is the space as a previous, build something along the lines of Screenberry, but then within Touch. So we have like a complete authoring tool that allows them to build custom shows, to animate all of the parameters of the different custom modules. It came also with a couple of in-house modules, so to say. So there's sort of like a series of modules that are sort of like there when there's not like a live show happening, as well as the ability for them to easily integrate other toxes from new artists. And performance is also a really big topic around this, because the whole thing it's a ridiculous resolution running off a single GPU, 12 projectors. So I had to do a lot of work on like sort of like the system architecture side of things here to kind of like keep things in flow, and to even building like a custom preset saving system and the ability to load like scenes, like to load like basically entire shows. So yeah, and like one part that was quite complex there and also interesting is I call it the Tox Loader, and it's a component that's going to be available to you guys very soon. And it's basically providing you with the ability to hot swap toxes from within a running Touch engine. So it means that you can switch between toxes within just like less than a second without having to unload a tox and load a tox within Touch Engine. I'm told that the new version of Touch will actually have some of this functionality, but it still stands out in some way because it also externalizes all of the parameters, which means that when you switch between toxes with your Touch Engine, all your parameters are safe. They don't get stored in the tox itself. They are facilitated outside of the engine. So it means that you can make changes to presets, reload toxes, and the presets as you made them are still saved. And lastly, TD Gizmo. This is very much work in progress. It's not ready yet, but it sort of like stands in sort of like a bigger picture of like how, like of the type of workflow that I would like to sort of push more within Touch Designer. And what this is well, firstly, it's based on VLAN's interaction engine, so thank you for that. But it's a ability to have gizmos within Touch Designer, within your viewer, that allow you to interact with objects, that allow you to interact with anything that has like positioning or scaling or some type of matrix. And it's kind of modeled after the same idea that you know maybe from Cinema 4D with MoGraph, or even like in editors like Unreal Engine or Unity, where you're able to physically interact with the thing that you're looking at. So for that, I'm quickly seeing if I can open up the demo. Like the part where it really shines, for example, is when you're using it in combination with like effectors. So there is this component in Touch that maybe not a lot of people know. It's part of the point workflow, the point cloud workflow, called the point field operator, which allows you to essentially assign weights to instances in order to affect them in certain kinds of ways. Which means that, for example, you can have one of these gizmos running as a sort of anchor for an effector that allows you to scale or manipulate your instance in a way that feels much more intuitive. So let's see if I can open this up. Another part of it is that I wanted it to be something that is very easy to integrate and doesn't mess with your project. So it's really meant to sort of like be something that you could put in, and you could even just take it out at any moment, and it shouldn't necessarily mess with your workflow. It's a single component that runs after the regular renderer, and this is where it does. It tries to figure out like where you're interacting with the gizmos, and it also renders the gizmos for you that it finds in the scene. And the gizmos are also made in a way that they don't get picked up by the regular render engine, so you don't have to make any manipulations outside of the tool. So let's see. I have to look very far away to see this. So like I can, I can drag things around. I can scale them. I can rotate them, and this sort of like allows for this type of workflow where it's familiar probably to a lot of you that worked in other design programs. It also works, for example, across families of operators. So, for example, so for example, you can work with tops and actually just like use the transformations that are coming out of the gizmo to affect things in Topland. So like, for example, these are actually instances that are run off a texture, and the texture itself is simply like using the matrix calculations to kind of like figure out, okay, you're moving this in this kind of way. And it even works in ways of like, like maybe you want to set things higher or lower. All of this just will work. So I'm getting old. Bad eyesight. So like that's sort of the idea around here. That just to show this idea of the point effector. There you go. You can grab a where are they? So this is the point effector. And it simply just takes this matrix, and then you can say, okay, well, cool, I want to treat this as a box or a sphere or a plane. And then hook it up to the gizmo in order to, like affect your instances in different kinds of ways. So this could be anything from like, imagine like you have a tree and you're growing leaves on it. You can animate this gizmo in order to make the leaves grow, for example. Or you can also use it with particle systems to move your tractors around or your repellers to have a visual indicator of like, oh yeah, this is where these things are. Let's see. I think that was my talk.
Any questions properly? No? Oh. Oh, there, sorry, hiding behind the screen as well. We'll start here.
Hey, amazing. Thank you for the presentation. A lot to take home, especially from the first part for me. A lot of great insights. With a gizmo, great work. I think a lot of us were looking for something like that. Are you manipulating the transforms of the objects the gizmo is acting on directly, or?
So the gizmos, they exist as individual geos. So for example, say, okay, wait, hold on, let me just go to the first example. So you can use them in multiple ways. You can either just like parent them from the top down to another geo, but you can also use an object chop, for example, to say, oh yeah, I want to hook it up to this one or this one. So they are separate objects, which is, it has benefits and negatives, but it means that you don't mess with your original transforms.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello. Thanks, Mickey, for the great talk. Love me some tools. On that topic, I'm curious to know what you normally do when you're releasing a tool and how you deal with the support and release and versioning and all of that. So maybe you can like give us a little insight on some of these like steps that you take to help yourself out.
It's a challenging topic. Thank you. Like GitHub, I think, is essential for this because it really is the place where you can file issues and where you can actually, like bring out versions, and it's an easy way to keep track of things. So like that's like I'm basically every project I do is very much like Git oriented, like so it sort of like stems in these two areas. So one is like to kind of like have things out there on a platform where you can actually easily keep it up. And the other one is to provide enough examples and feedback. The other thing that I usually do with the tool is that I sort of like do like an early feedback round where I just send it out to a group of maybe 10 or so people that I trust and that I think are able to critique it in a good way. And that usually already helps me to kind of like take out the first kinks.
Any other questions? No? Then thank you very much, Mickey.
Thank you.
And I believe the next program point is food.
Yes.
So Stefan was supposed to say something, or Harshinius, yay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Harshini. I'll just say this announcement for the Node Institute, or while Stefan walks up to the plate. We have food. There are vegan and vegetarian options. We'll probably just need 7 minutes to get that set up.
Exactly, and we have the signs in German, so we're working on a real-time translation right now. But I'll let you know what it is. So the general procedure is that the vegan part is going to be in the row oriented towards this window side, and the vegetarian are this direction. There's only vegan and vegetarian. There's going to be sweets, and those are only vegetarian. So let's start with the sweets. There's going to be banana bread and raspberry rhubarb muffin. And on the vegan side, we have focaccia with herbs de Provence and black olives, vegan. We have, it says Stulle.
Okay. That always works. Okay, guys, we're going to start. If you could, you know, make yourselves comfortable. Marcus? Oh, you're here. Okay. Okay. Well, we're going to introduce Greg. Okay. Never seen him before. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, I guess we can start, right? Okay, so Marcus and I are going to do this together because it's Greg. And anyway, of course, we're very, very, very proud and happy and pleased to let him speak again. I guess for those of you who don't know, Greg is the founder of, of Derivative and the instigator of TouchDesigner, and the reason we're all gathered here, along with, of course, the rest of our team, but definitely Greg. And there's a lot to introduce with Greg. I mean, he started working in interactive real-time graphics in 1974, and drew his first pixel on the CRT display of in the mid-Atlantic on a research ship. And this is what he always uses as his business card. It's the $5 Canadian $5 bill, sorry. And if you look on the back, you'll see that the Canada arm for the space shuttle is there. So that's yet another, nope, that's right. And this is how he gets your money. Yeah, but anyway, Greg, I think, you know, all kidding aside, I think I should let you, no, I should keep going? Marcus?
That was it?
Yeah. That's all we have. No, there's a lot more, but happy to help.
Cool. Thanks, everybody. Hello. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, it's great to be here in Berlin one more time. It's getting to be a habit, 2 years in a row. And like last year, after the event last year, I've been biting my tongue for 2 years since this new stuff was being developed. But last year I was thinking I would like to, this new thing I'd like to introduce at the next Berlin, i.e. this one, as a day one workshop, because I know I can get a lot of really brainy touch heads together in one room, which happened yesterday. So it actually gave rise to coming back to HOLON, because it's such a great space and great host to have to be here and do the whole event here. And I'm really pleased, like the speakers so far have been amazing, and I'm looking forward to a whole bunch of the other ones. But what I have not been able to say for about 20 years, we haven't actually figured out when DATs first were developed. But I thought it was 2010. Someone else thought it was 2009. Someone thought, no, we actually had DATs in 2005 or 6 or something, writing a shader. What's the number, Ben? 2005. Wait, it was not from a file, but a shader written in a box of text that connected to another box of text, that's amazing. Okay, so with that happened for a shader for a Disney Imagineering interactive experience called Lilo and Stitch, Stitch Encounter. We were doing, back in the early days of Derivative, we were doing mostly production work to pay people, and it was great because one of our companies that we were working for was Disney Imagineering, who are now users, but we don't actually do direct production projects for them, but we did Lilo and Stitch, Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor, and another one called Turtle Talk for them, but that was back then. But that's kind of when dads were first born. And so today, first time in a long time, I'm able to say that here's another operator family called POPs, which means point operators. So everything in 3D is built from points with lots of attributes, or even data is data points. So points, and there's lots of P's in points. There's points, polygons, primitives, point clouds, particles. So it's enough to actually for us to go, oh, maybe we should call it POPs. So so here we are, introducing POPs and Touch Designer. So it's coming next in our next experimental for 2024. We're currently in an alpha state, so the alpha state means a couple of guarantees from us. One guarantee is that it'll crash. Another guarantee is that there will be bugs. Another guarantee that we promise the features will change a lot and stuff will be not backward compatible. That's another guarantee. So we're full of guarantees too. But amusement aside, we're intending on it being ready to go in by the end of in the next official release that we put out. So like about 2 years ago, I don't know if you know Vincent Houzé. He produced a lot of, how many people know Vincent Houzé? Wow, a lot, wow. So he went MIA because he started working for us on this project. And we'd seen a lot of his artwork, his like beautiful artwork, but I was so amazed at how good a programmer he was. So we snagged him for a while, and he kept on, well, he stayed working with us, working out of New York, until 2 months ago when his wife had a baby, and then he went MIA from us. He'll be back, but he's now taking care of a kid, but he was the first developer of it with a lot of guidance from Malcolm Béchard and David Braun, who you know as well, I think, from community. He helped out for about 7 or 8 months between, doing Oak from us and between masters at Stanford and a PhD in Princeton where he has now. So he helped out a bit. And we have Guillaume Lucier, who used to work at Moment Factory, working on it now. I'm just going through the team who's involved, Eric Bond a little bit, and a smattering of other people at Derivative, plus the guidance of a whole bunch of us else at Derivative. And we've had a small alpha testing team for about 6 months, of about 6 folks, including the Gerritsons, who presented yesterday, Keith Lestraco, and Izzard, who presented yesterday, or hosted yesterday too. What's coming down with it? Okay, so yeah, yesterday. So what we did with POPs is it runs on the GPU. That's blows me away because it's super optimized, and that was our first. And I don't think we could have even developed this thing properly until around now because compute shaders weren't mature and widespread. We had learned a lot in Touch Designer the last 20 years of lots of feedback from all of you folks and our own feedback. And also we had implemented point clouds in TOPS about like 8 years ago, and it really was a stepping stone to this because images aren't really the place for point clouds. So we had a kind of a traumatic moment. It was like, okay, let's use tops for point clouds too. And it was kind of like a kooky idea, but it worked out okay for the community for that while. But everybody knows that having 4 color channels, RG, BA, and not really knowing what's in it as a representative of an attribute of a point is not too cool, but thankfully you've all worked with it, so this is sort of the successor of it, and we've had a chance to learn a lot from your experiences with point clouds in tops. But yeah, I'd say it's kind of the best of SOPs, chops, tops, and more. We've drawn a lot of stuff from chops, like I don't know, functions, math stuff, and so on, and all the functionality from point clouds in tops are pulled in as well. The point file in top became the point file in pop, so we kind of like absorbed a lot of stuff from the other families. I guess like Houdini, Houdini is really a great tool for modeling and SOPs and everything like that, but they have a heavy focus on attributes of points, primitives, and vertices, and pop similarly has that as well, and done in a different way, but we've really embraced treating points as things with lots of data associated with it, user-named stuff and built-in stuff that can be quite extensive. So you'll see, as you start using it, you'll see what that means. A little bit of work on spline curves and resampling stuff, curve style, some ways to go. And also something that's really amazing in it, I find so far, is being able to instance copies, like a copy SOP, but copy pop, instance where each instance can run a compute shader to do deformations on stuff that's non-linear deformations on things in compute shader. So it's a pretty powerful step forward. So I see these, like where we're at now with this set of 75 operators is kind of the foundational building blocks of stuff that will come later. So there's not a lot of really fancy operators. These are kind of like the meat and potatoes. I call it the assembly language for those who are into machine language on computer electronic level, but it's the assembly language of stuff that people will compose from it. So one area which really we spent a lot of time is treating math so you can write code without writing code and getting closer to writing code. So that's kind of a area that we spent a lot of time in trying to bridge, so you can do more. So let me see. Here's our goal. So yeah, to do more with less operators, especially that we want the operators to, so you can just achieve more with less operators, not make them too much more complex, but just do more with them. Making it giving less need to switch between operator families. So you're all very familiar with going from SOPs to chops to this to that to that to that, and then rendering kind of thing. So collapsing that a lot, especially since the family lives on the GPU, and you don't want to be going from GPU to CPU to GPU and CPU a lot. So we put a lot of the functionality that you do in chops into pops, and it's very comfortable there. And so yeah, so less jumping around. I said lots of simple math that's easier to visualize step by step and accessible. And I think they're kind of better suited for tomorrow's data workflows and I/O technologies and standards. So what does that mean? Like just getting into other formats like USD and back, or to LED assemblies, other protocols and stuff like that. It's DMX as well is what we'll be working on. So it's better suited for getting stuff out and in from other data formats. Yeah, driving lasers I think will be a lot more fluid here in POPs as well. So just stuff like that. Yeah, and just everything's faster, exploiting parallelism of GPUs. Yeah, so speaking of collapsing things, I'll just show. So this came about a couple of, like just 2 weeks ago. And this is kind of how things kind of work with our development. It brings in the audio signal, usual audio spectrum, and then this to resample it to lower set of samples, and then going to popland, and then this one doing a smoother division, so you have 800 points instead of so many points, and so on. So it's like there's a cardinal spline subdivision, and then applying a color to it based on a vertical bounding box Y position, applying a RGB coloring of it, so going from position to color. And then just a few weeks ago we started working on the trail. So speaking of trail for chops is one thing, you add a sample every frame kind of thing. And we didn't have that, so I wanted to do something in the world of pop, so hence we built this thing. So it's kind of interesting because it just basically samples a bunch of points coming in, builds a line strip for each point in time, soon in space as well. But and also then what happened? How do you translate it in space? So rather than having it kind of built in, you just have a transform operator on a transform page of trail. So we're basically taking a trail of 2 seconds. Your point increments are 1 frame apart, could be like 7 frames apart. Reverse it, and then add an attribute called seconds, which is, just a floating point attribute. I'll just pull this up here as a starting thing. That, pop 2. So here's our attributes. Position P, color, it's not CD anymore, and then we have age. So this is the age of a line in the strip. Actually, there's so many rows here that I should be thinning it out so I can be extracting fewer. So this is every 100th, every 180th point, and here you see the age of the first row versus the second row and so on. So that just proves that that's that many seconds long. On the trail, you can also fill missing frames. This always bugged me because when you drop frames, you're doing a trail of stuff, you often lose data in between, so you get data kind of scrunch up. But using age and a fill-in feature, you can get a linearly interpolated point in between the ones that you actually recorded. So stuff like that. And then this one's just made the lines go across instead of down and so on. So this was inspired by, obviously, Joy Division, but somebody made a really nice video a couple of weeks ago doing this effect with a lot more nodes because they didn't have it. So I thought, okay, how would we do this in pops? Would we be able to collapse it down? And I have like 2 ideas for collapsing down by 2 nodes again, but that's the kind of the usual thing that happens in our development with our team is try something out, get so far, and then condense things or add a features so some things becomes easier and more general. So and nicely with trail we can do. How about this? Okay. Whoa. Sorry. Any transform on trail, whatever. Whoop. Etc. Etc. And destroy it. Okay. I know how to destroy it. Okay, bye-bye. Wait a second. I should reset it. Okay, so back to this. So question comes up, why are we doing this stuff now? It was the right time, I think, for us because with some features, we don't really need a lot of feedback because we get a lot of stuff. We all know a lot of stuff already. We understand it. This is a different thing. We want to get it into the hands of our users so that they get a feeling for what our roadmap is, number one, because I think this will affect your workflows and the stuff you do in the future. And I hope you think that it's an opportunity, a great opportunity for doing things again. I think in who was just speak? Oh, who's just speaking just before me? Mickey, yeah, right. Mickey, as Mickey said, you go back to older work, try it again, refactor it, figure out how your workflow was before, do it again. So a lot of your existing works, I'm sure you go back and try it out with POPs once you get your hands on it, and it just improves your thinking on design issues. So. So anyways, we need feedback also from a wider range of users, not just coders, but also very basic users. So we're trying to get like a wide range of feedback and validate and refine our design. So we've made a lot of design choices in there, and we're just gonna, this really tests our choices that we've made, and then to beat it up a lot and try and break it, and also help us determine our priorities in what we develop before we put it out there. So I think, in conclusion, let me emphasize once again that it's currently in alpha. We will let people use the alpha if they contact us at support. In a short while, we'd get back to you and give you a pointer to where you can download it from. We'll do some tweaks before you get it. And so that's the state now. And it will be in our experimental 2024 release when it comes out. And yeah, and again, final release for the end of this year. So I think that's all I want to say right now. Cool.
Any questions? Thanks, Greg.
Thanks a lot for this nice presentation and being here and doing all this amazing work. One small question. I've seen a word primitives. Can you tell a bit more what relation has POP to primitives?
Yeah, so primitives being used as jargon for the set of a polygon or quadrilateral or so. On the GPU, you can only do so much in terms of primitives. So you can have single point primitives like particles. You can have 2-point primitives, which is a line segment, 3-point triangle, which renders as a shaded thing, 4-point quads, but not beyond that. So you can't draw multi-point polygons and have them filled in, right? So that's one. But you can have line strips. So line strips are just a set of points, an arbitrary set of points with all sorts of attributes on each point, or attributes on the vertices, or attributes on the primitive in general. So that's like the set of primitives.
Primitive, adjusting primitives, something like that.
What's that?
Adjusting primitives, which like current primitive and surrounding.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
In OpenGL we have adjacent primitives.
Oh, adjacent primitives.
Like all around.
Yeah, in some form of that.
I want to understand what we can do with primitives in POP context. Some more precise question.
Okay, I can't. That's another talk.
Hi Greg, thank you for your presentation. And my question is, do we will have access to a sort of tessellation with this POP? I mean, can we change the topology of an object?
Tessellation?
Yes.
There's one operator called, sorry, I should go back to here. Yeah, there's one called subdivide, which basically takes a connected edges, connected polygons, and turns it into a subdivided. It's not very specific. You can't just go, this part is subdivided this much or this much. But there is subdivision in that operator. The other forms of subdivision is open subdivisions, the open source one that was introduced by Pixar about 20 years ago, and we haven't started working on something like that. I think partly because it's mostly a CPU-based algorithm. Is this true still, Malcolm? Open subdiv is CPU? Oh, there's GPU now? Okay, so we're not there yet. Anything else?
During your demo yesterday, you at some point showcased a patch that had a particle sub in there that was still a sub. Will we get that one as a pop as well?
Yeah, we've had long discussions about the role of a built-in operator that is a particle operator. It has lots of, the SOP has lots of limitations, and what we've seen, so the answer is we may have a built-in particle operator, but not yet. What we've seen so far is the feedback networks that our users have been building are pretty powerful. Like what we saw was from the Gerritsons, some of their work of doing, I don't know if this is iterative. Yeah, I guess it's iterative loops and so on. Yeah, here's particles. What we've seen from people making feedback style loops with a feedback operator is really powerful. So because it lets you put in between the forces you want and the point generation stuff that you want. So it's pretty flexible that way. So we don't know yet. Yeah, a single operator giving you a bit of the functionality. Yeah. I agree. There's probably, but we haven't started in on that yet. We're getting more input as to what it should be if we do. Another question, yonder.
Thanks. I'm really looking forward to the POP family. I think this question might have been asked, but just to get back and reiterate on it, is there work being done on vertex displacement where you're holding the mesh still intact, but displacing, offsetting, yeah.
Okay, so it's like two questions. I mean, you can, well, okay, one question is meshes. So I didn't say mesh was a primitive, and it's still true. So mesh is like in the grid SOP, for instance, that's a mesh. It keeps the information of how many rows and columns there are. The direction we're going in is adding mesh information as kind of metadata or something per operator, where you retain rows and columns of things, because also you want 3D meshes, rows, columns, and slices that you want to send from one operator to another. But then if you instance a 3D mesh 10 times on a circle, it becomes a 4D mesh, and so on. So that idea of actually keeping the array information intact from operator to operator is kind of like what we got to solve. Yeah, so anyway, that's kind of the mesh story. But displacement, I mean, you can displace any point, and you can find any point from a vertex. So I don't know really your question when it comes to displacement. Is that, but did I answer your question? No. I can't hear. Broken telephone. Okay, A, B, no. Jacques?
Thank you for your presentation. I want to know if it's possible to use the attribute in a GLSL mat.
Yeah.
If it's possible in the shader,
yeah.
in GLSL.
All your attributes go in. You can pre-form all your, I'll show you another example, by the way. Like, for instance, how things go into the line material. it would be something like this. Okay, here's the example where I'm following my mouse around using the usual mouse chop into driving a transform on a couple of points, and then using a trail, some number of seconds, and then using line metrics to add data to it. So the line metrics operator adds displacement, distance, like all these attributes get added to it. So you can see here, actually. So the attributes of displacement is how far to the next point or the previous point, what's the distance and as a vector, what's the direction, normalize, how far from the starting point of my line strip am I, how far normalized from the starting point, which vertex I am in the line strip, which line strip I'm in relative to all the other ones. So all this data can be pre-generated with line metrics, which is a whole lot of stuff that people have to figure out themselves in shaders. So you can generate it first and then pass this stuff on to a shader. So for example, right, so here are all the extra attributes, and it gets sent to a line divide, so you get more points out, and then this ends up going to, oh yeah, so here we're turning a speed, here we're turning a distance attribute into a line width attribute with some math, clamping it to be a minimum and maximum line width, which then gets sent to the geometry, well, to a geometry, and also the line material gets, one of its attributes is line width attribute coming from line width. So anyways, this is a built-in operator that gets a whole truckload of attributes being passed to it now, which we didn't have before with SOPs and stuff. So that's all new stuff. But I think to answer your question, yeah, shaders that you write in GLSL have, and we have examples, but I can't get into it right now.
Okay.
Thinking okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Greg.
okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks for all your input.
Next up, very, very quickly, we're going to jump over to Harvey Moon from Spectra Studio in Brooklyn, New York. Sorry, LA. Why do I keep thinking New York? I don't know.
Well, he's
either or.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, quit. What's that?
I'm excited for the pop. I'm excited for
Hello. Next up, we have Harvey Moon here. Is that on? Oh, you've got this one. Hello, hello. Yes. Awesome. Well, next up is Harvey Moon from Spectra Studio in Los Angeles. Isabel said I should ask you about your new space.
Oh, yeah.
So how's the
building?
A whole building.
Excited.
Good.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Hello, can you hear me? Did I turn it off? Check, check. 1, 2. There we go. Hello. Hi. Yeah, we just moved into a new studio space. Very exciting. Anyone who comes through LA, reach out. Come through. Pretty cool.
Enough space to try out your installations that you're building.
Yes,
So,
I'm very excited. Twice as big as the last one.
Sweet.
Were you ever there?
Yeah, for a party.
Oh, okay, for the first one, yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wait, I gotta. So you'll be talking about the approach of Spectra Studio in building sustainable systems and your prime frame platform. So this is going to be very interesting. Enjoy the talk, and thank you.
Let's go. Oh, yeah? Hello, hello. My name is Harvey Moon, and as Marcus just said, I run a small studio in LA called Spectra Studio. And our studio really focuses on combining art with the possibilities of technology to transform ideas into tangible, multisensory experiences that are meant to be shared. So many of you might identify with this already, but specifically we really focus on bringing the artwork first, and hopefully the technology becomes invisible. We're really passionate about bringing people together in a physical space. You know, we're all here, and this is really why we tend to shy away from the AR, VR, XR works that exist on a screen, and we really feel like coming together is a really important thing. It's why we're all here today. And I think we all need this, and this is what I think it's never going to change. I think this is something we feel really passionate about. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about sustainable systems and how we think about that in a couple different ways, on a software sense, but also as a company and as a community. But as a quick disclaimer, we've not been around for very long, so all of this advice might be wrong. We were founded with a really specific goal and intention, mostly informed by my years of experience in this industry. So keep in touch to see if it works out, but we'll see. So yeah, primarily we'll talk a bit about the code and then how you structure the company and then how that branches out into our community. So as a little background, I'll share this piece we made with Gmonk. So this one is called Totem. We had installed in Toronto last year, and Greg and Isabel got to see in person. We really love collaborating with other artists and bringing some of the more advanced techniques out into the work we do. And we just focus on large-scale, interactive, immersive experiences that people can enjoy. Our most recent project is the Harry Potter immersive installation, currently running in Cologne. So if any of you make it out there, for another month, that'll be up before it moves to a new city. It's 10 different rooms with about 80 projectors and 50 cameras. It's a really fun, immersive experience. I would say we brought a lot of fun things to the table. Here's one of the rooms that changes into a different Ministry of Magic every few minutes with interactive walls and sort of a hollow film center fixture. This is one of the final rooms with generative visuals on the walls and then floor tracking, video playback, the whole shebang. One thing that we were really insistent about from the beginning is that every visitor should have a working magic wand. And so we developed the simplest technique with an infrared flashlight that's really easy to detect using infrared cameras or IR sensors. In this case, it's actually infrared sensors inside of these orbs, and where people could trigger lighting and sound that would cascade around the room. So while prototyping this technique, we would explore other concepts internally and find the strengths and weaknesses of the technique and what it can be good for. This internal project we called Lumi, where each visitor can use a flashlight to reveal a hidden layer on the projections. Playing around with the technology and R&D is really core to our process. It gives us the confidence to bring these ideas to the client, and it can display it in a visual way that they can understand. So the foundation of all the projects we do is something we call PrimeFrame, built on top of TouchDesigner. It's something that consists of plugins and toxes that we can mix and match depending on what the project is, allowing us to really quickly coordinate and configure really large systems. And building this platform with a longer time frame has helped us avoid this short-term burnout. Many times I've worked with a company that had a crazy deadline and you'd have to make everything from scratch. And at the end, it might be a discussion about what the engagement was or what the next thing was. But at Spectre, we try to take a longer vision on what these projects are. And at the end of each project, we're really excited to bring these learnings back into PrimeFrame to bring to the next project. And we found that that's like a really great way of gaining a greater respect for the work we do. Knowing that the contributions that you make are going to be a part of the next project really gives you a bigger value in the work that you put in. So this is our main UI interface that is client-facing. So we brought on a UI designer to help us make it very friendly, easy to use. And there's a lot of benefits to that. You can see our plugin system on the side with all the different features we would need to set up and run and configure the system. This is the status view showing all of the servers that are currently running and their heartbeats and what's going on. And it gives the on-site teams a lot more confidence to jump in and make changes. It also resulted in significantly less support calls, so a really helpful framework to work on. It also means that we don't have to develop thinking about how to arrange widgets and things. It's a framework that we build upon and can add new plugins into this design. So having metrics on our systems was incredibly important. All of our servers phone home, so we can check the status on installations around the world. And knowing that something is wrong before the client does is like a really big help. You don't want to get an angry phone call at 3 in the morning. So we can just glance at a dashboard at our office and see how the different installations are working around the world. I'm sure many of you have tried to build your own timelines. Well, we've also built our own timelines. This one does triggering for lighting, sound, and media event triggers. And it was something that we could actually train the teams on site so they could change the timing and manipulate the sequences as they needed to. All the plugins use this model view controller methodology to separate the UI and the control side. We automatically reveal all of the functions and doc strings so that it's really transparent what these things are doing for other developers. And then we externalize all the toxes. We have our own sort of safe script thing. And then we put everything on GitHub. So collaborating with different teams has been really easy. So anyone who's worked on these large-scale installations probably has a similar formula. Everybody kind of comes up with their own style to how it works. But primarily we have this, what we call Observer. That's a external app that watches and makes sure that the touch is still running. And then, oh, it's hard to see my slides here. Okay, so the main tow file runs on every machine, and then a system JSON config can decide what each machine gets, what toxes and media files are required for that machine. So in this case, you can see there's 3 servers, and oh, I'm mousing around. In this case, they have different channels, we call them. One of them could be the UI, like you just saw, or it could be a projector or a screen output, maybe an audio output. And then these all reference media plates that we'll use to put generative visuals or video playback that those channels will select from. And then everything communicates over MQTT, which is a really great addition, where any component on any server can talk to any other server using a publish and subscription method. We also build all of our own servers, and I try to get everyone involved. I mean, it's a lot of work, so we make a little assembly line. But I think it's important that everybody knows how to take them apart, and they're not afraid of the servers. If something goes wrong, like I want someone to be able to understand how to take it apart and work on it. And then I feel like we've all gained more pride in our final product, knowing that we made it and tested it ourselves, and this is our machine. But I think what matters the most is the team you work with. If I reflect on the projects that I've worked on over the past 10 or so years, I don't really remember much about the tech, and I probably don't want to use that 10-year-old software that I made anyway, but the people that I worked with are really the most important part. The celebrations afterwards, that's what I really remember. And I think finding that good team can make or break a project, right? Like the most grueling project could end up being fun if you have the right people around. And similarly, you might have experienced a really simple project that becomes a nightmare because of who's on it. So really, I've been trying to foster a really great team. Here's my team. We're a pretty small crew. And I don't really want to make departments. I want everybody to feel engaged and connected and contribute whatever they feel best in contributing. And it's made for a really tight-knit group. I really love these people. So I think the way to a sustainable practice is to do it together. Find your team that you work well with and keep them around. Finding good collaboration can be the hardest part of this sort of work. But it's the most rewarding and valuable part, I think, in the long run. Like, the connections that you make are going to last a lot longer than the technology that we use. Oh, did we miss a slide? Oh, yeah, okay. So as an extension to our team is our community. And just about every month, we'll host a public gathering of people, and sometimes we'll do live performance. This is Live Code NYC doing a little show in our space. Or we'll open up the walls to open call video media artists. And I think we feel a bit of a responsibility to give back to these artists that really want access to this tech but don't have the space or don't have the ability to do it. And we find a huge, a really wonderful response from people that embrace this and build work for our space, or really work with us to develop something. And I find that to be a really fulfilling practice. We mentioned this a second ago, but I was really proud to host the LA Touch Designer event. Can I get a show of hands? Who went there? It's a couple of us. All right. Well, come to LA for the next one. I really hope that Touch Designer includes us in the next LA event. Hint, hint. We got a new space. It's really nice. But yeah, I think we're really proud to be in support and be a part of this Touch Designer community. The Touch Designer community is one we really love. The derivative team has been the biggest support to us. And so I wanted to take a quick moment to flip this back on them, because I think without them, none of us would be doing this. We all stand on the shoulders of giants. You guys have been doing this for longer than I've been alive. So I want to just give a quick round of applause to those guys, because come on. So I know I had 20 minutes and I'm very short, but that is my slide. So I'm happy to chat a little bit more and answer some questions if you all have it here for the rest of the event. So cheers.
I think, yeah, we stand on the shoulders of giants as well, because what you guys do always blows us away. We don't know how you do it, so. Any questions here? Oh, I should look. Anybody? No. Then we would take a break, I guess.
I'll be around.
Well, I have a question. So what are you up to next?
Oh, well, the Harry Potter thing has blown up a bit, and they're moving it to Singapore and Brussels, and then maybe Berlin. I'm not allowed to say that. But there's some other cities going on, and that's a big, exciting project for us, too.
Okay, I see a question a couple of questions in the back of the room. Do you mind all the travel?
I love it.
Me too.
Yeah. It's fun.
Hi, thank you for the inspiring presentation. I have two simple questions. First, how old are you and when do you start your company?
Sorry, what was the first question?
How old are you?
How old am I? How old do you think I am?
25.
25?
Yes.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay.
I'm 35. So,
okay,
yeah, I hope it sticks with me, this youthful look.
Then I don't feel so old, thank you.
So I think, how did it start? You know, initially the company started in college with one of my roommates. A lot of freelance work, kind of deciding what we were going to do, and a lot of trial and error over the years. You know, I was sort of building up a team, contract based on the projects, and didn't have a lot of stability for a while. And then just in the past 2 years, we kind of rebranded, started this new group, Spectra, included a few other members, and it's been a great time since then. So pretty young company in this regard, but I've been using TouchDesigner for like 10 years, 12
Also
years.
Obscure Digital.
Yeah. I don't talk about that too much anymore, but well, who still knows Obscura?
People, you know, Barry Through, Matthew Reagan.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like sort of like
It
top
was a
flight
special
touch
moment.
designer people.
Yeah, it was a special moment in time. So yeah, a lot of my learnings come from Obscura Digital, doing a lot of big projection mapping jobs. And as some of you might know, that was acquired by MSG Sphere. And that's when I made my departure and sort of rekindled a group of my own.
I'm still blown away by your backend system, basically, because this is what you built your company on. And I was wondering, like, when did that first came to be, and when did you have like the first stepping stones or like blocks of that? And was that like in your mind before you started the company, or did you know already that you wanted these building blocks in there?
Well, I think all of us like to, you know, build tools that we can reuse, right? So it was a lot of intention behind how do we make these reusable and easy to bring back into the project. But I think the core of the system actually started back at Obscura days, where we'd have to do these large-scale installations, the same toe running on all of the projects, and then a configuration that would pop up what needs to happen. But over development, you know, and working on different projects, we had to make it really modular, so it could pull different pieces for different jobs. But essentially, it's a toe shell that can pull up all the toxins that we need, and then does all of the little communication and nitty-gritty stuff that we don't want to have to redo every time. Making the fun stuff, you know, is really where we want to spend our time.
Phelan, do we have any questions from the chat? Nothing. Okay, it's still too early. Greg has a question. Red?
Oh, negative red.
Negative red.
Did you guys see that? Yeah. Yeah, I guess during COVID we did a little experiment. Well, we try to like kind of funnel. Yeah. The old place, yeah. You know, we try to funnel all the funds that we make back into the arts and like internal projects. I think that's really the purpose, is like, how do we afford ourselves more time to make the work we want to make? And so during COVID, we were held up and we were trying to make a safe experience that, you know, small groups could come in and experience. And so we made this thing called Negative Red that was pretty hard to find out about. But, you know, small groups of like 4 or 5 could come in one at a time and have a 45-minute experience with robotics and lighting and sound. And that was really fun. We're hoping to bring that back this year. So, yeah, yes, keep posted. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, question over there. Here, use this one.
Hello, hello.
Okay, thank you. Hi, hello. I'm actually from San Francisco, so it's nice to see somebody from LA. I'm really curious what your experiences are working in like VFX in the US on the West Coast compared to being in Europe.
Oh, well, I guess in LA we do a lot more sort of film and video adjacent stuff, you know, like, I wouldn't say we do a lot of VFX, so, but I do think that there's a bigger appetite for this in Europe. It feels like a lot more of our jobs are definitely in Toronto. There's a lot of excitement in Toronto.
Finally.
Yeah, Germany and Asia. Like, I think the West Coast has some catching up to do. And yeah, I think there's a big need for this sort of work. I'm hoping you're familiar with Gray Area, which is like a big fan of Gray Area. So I think LA definitely lacks that sort of fixture for media arts. And we're hoping to help fill that hole a little bit more. But we can talk more about that later. Does that answer that question? I don't know if VFX is my forte. But.
How are we doing for time, Marcus?
It's, yeah. If we want to have a break, we can have a break now. And then,
Okay.
10 minutes, I think.
Okay. I had something that I wanted to reveal after Greg's talk, but I was late.
Oh.
Anybody remember these?
Pop rocks.
No? Pop
Yeah.
rocks? Okay. So we've got 50 of them, first come, first served.
Hey, hook it up, hook it up.
Packets of pop rocks. Does everybody know what they are? We're going to start very soon, please. Give them pop rocks, huh? All those pop rocks. Just wait for them to sit down. Okay, I guess we will start now. I'm really, really happy to introduce SOYUN Park from The Hague, the Netherlands. She's an artist, designer, and educator. She teaches at a couple of schools. And quite recently, we did an article for the showcase about this incredible beauty of nodes. This, not project, but this, what you call that you gave your students? Assignment. And it was basically to use TouchDesigner, but not in the conventional sense that you all use it. Basically using the structure of the software itself, like the nodes and the whole aspect. I'm sure you're going to talk about it. But anyway, it's really worth going to our website and looking at all the students' films, because there's some like really funny and brilliant things. And I've never, anyway, it's a really refreshing way to teach. And I'll let you take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for coming back. And it's at the end of the day. I hope you are hanging in there. Today, it's the last talk. I'm very happy to be here. My name is SOYUN, and I'm actually from South Korea, but I live in The Hague, in the Netherlands. I'm an artist, designer, I teach a lot, And today, the subject of my talk is teaching touch designer beyond practicality. And although I'm not technically very advanced with touch designer, probably it's a very technically the least inspiring talk, but I'm a big fan of touch designer community. And in this talk, I will bring the topic that there's such potential in the software, conceptually, visually, and multidisciplinarily. And then how do we teach touch designer? So can this tool become an artistic medium that is beyond visual expressions? Or to guide you into this trajectory, I'd like to first introduce myself a bit. So in my work, the relationship between technology and human and further plays a very important role. So I also investigate technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and algorithmic programming. And the works appear sometimes theatrically or on web and films and educational programs, very various mediums. And technology is often used for both as medium and expressions and as a subject. I'm also running a studio called RGB based in The Hague. It's a community-driven studio researching very humane and human bonding technology. And I'm closely working on this project together with an artist and designer, Leo Scarin from Italy, but in The Hague. We are working on creative technologies that can stimulate very meaningful human interactions. So also we are working on how to consciously decentralize technology and take back user agency through artistic and cultural activities. And it's been shaped in several forms. This is one of them. One of them is an event where we invited musicians actively involving technology in their process. It was called Bedroom Live Out. And you might recognize some of them. And so currently we're working on a web project called Homegrown Interdependence, guiding a home server building process as resistance to centralized and commercial cloud services that are designed to capture users in their platforms. And this will be released later this year. And we also have an interview series called Volumetric Interviews, where I use Touch Designer quite a lot. And I will show you a short teaser for our last episode published on YouTube.
Oh, hello. Welcome to RGB Presents Volumetric Interviews. I'm SOYUN from RGB. Volumetric Interviews is to introduce creators who are building supportive communities with a meaningful use of technology.
In volumetric interviews, we play with low-tech volumetric tools to creatively rethink the medium of a documentary interview, but also to collect DIY accessible techniques that we share with our community.
For the third episode, we interviewed Studio Moniker, Amsterdam-based studio researching the social impact of technology through playfully charged design, such as a crowdsourced music video, an activistic tool on the web for net neutrality, and physical emojis discussing human emotions.
The episode premieres on Thursday, February 16 at 8:30 p.m. on our Twitch channel, RGB.TV. We'll also live stream a toolkit workshop and show you how to render your own volumetrics.
Hope to see you there.
So overall, we really focused on a mission to share our knowledge and the workflow, as it was also a very difficult task for us, because volumetric capturing and implementing in Unity and bring it to Touch Designer and then render it for video editing software, which is Premiere, and exporting video to make a film. So there was quite a lot of logistics and technical difficulties, and we thought it's worth to share and contribute to knowledge production in the field, because this is such a rare process, and that we are now working on publishing on GitHub. And over the past years, personally, I've been working a lot on education in the Netherlands, Europe, and the US for online audience and globally. And I'm mostly guiding artistic research processes through critical and playful approach to technology. And it could be short as 1 to 3 days or a semester long. And throughout my experience with students who are curious about technologies, especially when generative AI became available to consumers and artists, designers, creatives, they were really excited for this. And then there was also one question, important question in my mind popped up. How can technology exceed its role of remaining merely as visual language? And this also leads to another question. How is the way technology is constructed reflected in the body of artistic work? And here I bring Marshall, very famous Marshall McLuhan, and the notable essay in the medium is a message, written in 1964, which still brings relevant discourses to this day. And the very short context of this essay is that the medium is as important as the message. I find theory, culture, and the background of media and technology we bring very importantly extends the work itself. So the medium we use in the works is part of the narrative. And TouchDesigner has been a very intuitive tool for me and my team and RGB-Doc. And in volumetric interviews that I introduced earlier, we often playfully involve the tool in a film production when it adds the values to the conversation and when we specifically touch on both related subjects. Here I will show you a short example. In this episode with Studio Moniker that you saw the teaser of, I was talking about the online music dance event created by my friend Daniel Corson during the COVID times. And through the web project he built, we danced together as stick figures with the camera on. So it was only sticks, so you don't see really face. And it's connected to the same song playing through Spotify. And in this conversation, we decided to use a UI from TouchDesigner.
Because then your stick was crazy, yeah. The funny thing that I figured was I was dancing in the dance floor like this, and then it was getting more crowded, and then there were more and more sticks. And then there was somebody like on the dance floor coming next to me as a stick, and then my arm was like sort of touching the other person's arm, and I thought, I don't know if it's comfortable for me.
Yeah, you felt that. Ah,
yeah.
That's funny, yeah.
This is a very short excerpt. So we made experiments like this throughout the interview series. And to take further in this talk about the main subject, I will dive into these 2 workshops that aligns with this thought. How can we bring technology to the body of work? And I will share pedagogical decisions and design exercises, also student outcomes. So the first workshop, Illuminated Intervention, is borrowed from the publication called Code as Creative Medium, written by Golan Levin and Tega Brain. And this workshop is about creating different relationships with our surroundings and intervening in the space to provoke unusual communications and behavior by simply projection mapping technique. And the example reference I showed to the students is this. This is made by Douwe Dijkstra, filmmaker based in the Netherlands. And as seen in this work, by bringing the physical elements into the space and illuminating with a lightweight material with a projection, the work brings a very unique dialogue to the space. So for this 2 days workshop, I invited students. They had time to choose one of the locations where they study in their surroundings. And they first walked around and looked at the spatial elements they didn't normally notice. So I gathered them around the interest in the spatial elements. And we had discussions about these characteristics of the space. What does this element in the space normally function for? And what do we do with this element? And is there something unconventional action we could take? And what intervention can we create through newly mapping the space? And I taught them very basics of TouchDesigner and introduced them to understanding the UI first, what's there and what are the different operators, very simple. And they also provided the presets, Kantan Mapper, very easy to teach. And the students started to play with their surroundings. They were placing images in different places and they see what these images to bring the space. One team focused on the public toilet, where you will expect full privacy. And they played with the webcam, illuminating the toilet with poetic messages that completely changes the existence of the space. Or for students who were already experienced with TouchDesigner, these days I see those students a lot. And they also had a chance to develop their pre-built structure and physical work further, and this was interactive, so they had the structure of triangle, they moved stuff with TouchDesigner interactively. And some of them also imagined the visualization of the power outlet with the image they made in Blender. And some of them worked with the mysterious stories about the school, such as bugs that come out underneath the couch in the night, or the monster comes out from the hole from the ceiling to steal some people's belongings. Apparently they had a lot of theft issues in the school, as we often experience in the art school. And they also drew and worked with 3D softwares, intermingling these different technologies. And lastly, there was also performative work, and the students ran a live camera feed and added the masking on top of it, and they made an improvisational performance with a very funny story. And an action of invitation to the projection space became a part of the work. And what's interesting about TouchDesigner here is that because there is a free option, as a teacher, it's easy to teach. And it's really easy to start. They can focus on building stories, bring various equipments as well. So the next educational program that I will introduce is The Beauty of Nodes, which we wrote, Isabel and I wrote for the community post. And it ran for 4 weeks. And each class was 3 hours and 30 minutes, it's 4 times. And this is one of my student work, student Sepp. So briefly said about this assignment, I saw TouchDesigner as a node-based software, which individual nodes have roles. And then we were thinking, what if these nodes themselves are as important as the outcome you present in the end? And how would it transform the way you compound the tool? Because often the nodes are behind the sketch, you never really show it. But what if you have to work with these nodes as part of your work, what you're gonna do? And I built a curriculum inspired by a YouTube video that is called I Made Minecraft in Minecraft. So I don't know if you know this video. No? Okay. So with this team, they built a very low resolution, a functional Minecraft game inside the Minecraft. So with an in-game programming tool called Redstone. And it was running very, very slowly. So in the video, they had to speed up like 300% or something. But I thought, looking at this user creatively doing something that how Minecraft is not supposed to be played. And I found it could be also very unique. It could bring a very unique approach to any software. And in this case, it was TouchDesigner. And another example can be Jan Robert, who is an artist from the Netherlands, scroll bar composition. It was made in the early internet times, where the scroll bar from the internet browser makes a composition of the work, and that is still being reflected to this day because the development of the browsers, and it changes the design of it. And then there is another beautiful example, Simon's, the beautiful experiments that individual nodes and canvas on TouchDesigner create an image. And there is another example, which is a folder poetry project by Melanie Hof, co-organized by School for Poetic Computation. And then here, she led a workshop that participants work on the folder structures to create poetry. So in this case, the structure of the folders become the subject of work. And lastly, an artist, Silvio Lorusos, a CV of microwork. And this shows his schedules on a Google scheduling. And these patterns of micro-labor, such as restructuring the to-do list, or waiting for the person to show up on a Zoom call, or changing the password. So he's criticizing these micro labors that freelancers have to go through. And then this scheduling becomes a body of work. So after giving a lecture about how using software in a way that is not supposed to be used can be an important action as an artist to resist the uniformity and gain a unique artistic voice, I gave the first activity. So I asked them to download the TouchDesigner and create a new project and explore the software first. So if you click anything, you don't have to worry if you're gonna break it or not, if it doesn't work. That's also important as it is. And you can make any nodes and connections and investigate what comes out. And then they will have to pick one node that makes them wonder or fall in thought or get excited to know about it better. And then I asked them to look up the information on the TouchDesigner website, on the documentation, and then start the zero draft exercise on paper. So zero draft exercise is created by someone else, and it's just writing anything that it pops up in your mind first thing. Like you don't have to think of the grammar or anything, and then you start it like this. And after the first activity, the students gathered the first thoughts and inspirations. For example, Mara, this student, she thought how the nodes connected to each other looked like a supply chain in the factory works. And Isaac, he made user experience completely black. That's why he said, rest in peace. So then he couldn't find anything also. But also he was interested in visual representations. He found relevant pictures from nature or folder structures like you see at the bottom, or a combination of them, nature plus algorithmic images. Then every week they brought what they researched and discussed with me about next direction. These are some of the examples of student Isaac. Also took experiments further. So here the individual nodes become the part of the canvas, and then it reacts to the mouse cursor. And then at the bottom, the nodes became gauges while it functions because it was making sound. And then the top one is that the background display of a bunch of LFOs are used in part of the animation. So from now, I will show you some excerpts of some of the final works the students made. And this is a work by Mare, banana bread recipe. And she created a very funny video of banana bread recipe on TouchDesigner in which her sisters must bake a banana bread without communicating with words. grappig als straks de hele schil eraf is. Dat is een foto van een banaan. Oké, dus nu moeten we alleen zo doen.
Moet je weer op één klikken?
Ja. Wat is dit nou? The funny thing about this work is that there were errors in the execution, of course, because you are only seeing the pictures that are made by, it's just downloaded online. And the specificity of the images were not clear. So the next video in there, it shows the next chapter, which is like cutting the banana. But then in the picture, the banana was cut only in 3 pieces. So then they were like, okay, this is cut 3 pieces. And then eventually it came out as a terrible banana bread. But then she brought it to class, so we had to eat it. But it was actually very edible. Another one is Khan. He made an audiovisual performance with noise. Using the display of the nodes, showing different channels. And the visual outcome is the representation of internal visualization of sound frequencies. And then there were some students who played with visual expressions on moving nodes. And they're all created by individual nodes, as you see, while functioning as nodes themselves. So I think she almost crashed the software. And if you look at it closely, you know how many of them are. And then also this one, Sepp made a visual essay with this method. He screen recorded and edited with the post-processing in Premiere. Yeah, he also crashed multiple times. And this is also an interesting case. Student Vavara, she was interested in one node called Julia. And it's actually the fractal set. And she was wondering why it is named as Julia, and then who the hell Julia is, and why she is there. She called her she. And she created a fictional narrative in TouchDesigner as an investigator of finding who Julia is. And lastly, Isaac made a video with nodes that became independent species.
To try and understand them, an observer can enter the TouchDesigner biosphere by operating the mouse-controlled operator 1, externally moving and zooming. Additionally, and if moving close by, the operator is able to form a connection with an organism through their wire tentacles. A brief, unstable bond forms that projects its wave shapes onto the operator, offering a glimpse of the organism's inner world. Studying their movements and shapes reveals their algorithm. Open up their biosphere file, run all DATs, and search for their presence. Don't be afraid, observe, interact, and experience their autonomous being. Press the spacebar to begin.
For the full videos and stories, you can find the article Isabel and I wrote on TouchDesigner website and the showcase section. And finally, I'd like to mention that I believe through approaching media as an extension of the message, so investigating how media is constructed and what the technology means in a larger or personal context, the work can resonate with its outer world and with the sharper connections. So by accommodating this idea while teaching Touch Designer, we'll be able to generate unique voices in the cultural field and strengthen the community and contribute to the large artistic discourse. Thank you for listening.
You're doing the course again, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's a keeper.
Yeah. And the students love it.
Yeah, I can see. I mean, do you get the sense after they do this that they want to use Touch Designer for anything else?
So funnily enough, they say that it was very helpful for them to understand the software.
Wow.
Although I really didn't give much knowledge. Yeah.
That's great. It's definitely a new way to learn the software and really interesting to see. I love the outcome. Question, yes.
Hi, thank you very much. That was very beautifully philosophical to me.
Oh, thank you.
I have a lot of questions actually, so I'm going to try to not generalize, but to be specific. I was wondering, like in the industry that we generally are, there's this idea of like making technology invisible, right? So I was wondering, what do you feel is important to bring in technology to the surface constantly? Because I find that very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's for you kind of like a resistance of some sort, yeah, I don't know. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for very important questions. Yeah, indeed, and especially also in education, sometimes you feel like you are blindfolded. You just use the tool as your own visual language, but you never really show what's actually behind it. And I find that what's behind it is quite important. Also, politically, conceptually, it can talk a lot about it, especially with this whole development of generative AI, how much energy it's using. And that has to be part of the work. If you're an artist, you have to be conscious about it. And I think it's just a very fluctuating moment also, that we don't know what's happening and we are so excited. And yeah, we try to really not show or keep it to yourself, or yeah, I don't know if it answered the question.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. It's very interesting because I come from filmmaking, and I've always enjoyed movies that talk about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not themselves, but they talk about film.
Yeah.
So movies like, I don't know, Dogville, for example, or about the tool, right?
Very
and
meta.
yes. Sorry?
Very meta.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so I love this. I think it's very interesting, and I like the idea that you're somehow posing these questions to younger people maybe than us. I think that's great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe one note that I do Touch Designer, but also I asked them to work with Microsoft Office. And then we so we have time to really investigate what this tool is designing us, because user is being designed. Why is there a button here? Why is there? So then they have to come up with some interesting method to break the software. That's why I was very happy when things crashed, and they were like, congratulations. Yeah.
So that begs the question, how do you think Touch Designer is designing us?
I think I think it's a very versatile tool. That's why I also really like, because you have a lot of resources that you can connect to. I think that DIY spirit is very much needed.
Question?
Yes, I have another question. So
Yes.
thank you so much for your impressions.
Thank you.
And I would like to draw myself the pictures about your students, which semester are they, which topic, which is their study subject. I have many questions. I would like to reduce it to a couple of questions, so I will come to you later. But yes, about your students, who are they? What are they studying?
Oh, yeah, my students. Oh, maybe I didn't mention that. My head of department wouldn't like that, but yeah. It's called Design Art Technology Department. It's based in Arnhem in the Netherlands, and it's called Artes Art Academy, Artes University. And then there are the students of me, second and third year bachelor students.
So it is semester work. How many hours a week do they get?
From me?
Yes, to get it in order, how and how much work you can require as a teacher from your students.
How many hours do I work? Oh, yeah.
How much days does this course get in their curriculum?
This one was in particular 4 weeks, but then I normally work for semester. So then the half of the semester I ask them to do Microsoft Office, and then half of them in Touch Designer. But I'm thinking maybe next year I will ask Ableton, and I want to see how they break it. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much. Your students' works are incredible, and it's such a wonderful echoing of McLuhan's medium as the message. So I just have a question about your teaching methodology. Like, how important is performance and embodiment to the syllabus that you teach? Like, do you talk about performance as an embodied experience? And also, do your students, do they like journal what they're doing? Is there like a detailed account of their failures, their process, everything? And is it accessible to the public also to see that documentation?
Not yet. It's not public, but I personally work with performances, but I haven't been able to build a curriculum around it. I realize also bureaucracy in education, it's a difficult topic to tackle. So then I need to find some external collaborators, for example, internal story. But in terms of classes, I often talk a lot. So we sit in front of each other, and the student brings something, and then I look at the work and then just tell them what I am seeing, and then what do they want to go forward with. So it's a lot of talking, a lot of reflection and peer reviews as well. And then they document this on their personal choice of documentation.
Small question, so small it's only about a single letter, actually.
Oh, yeah,
I'm here,
oh, yeah.
sorry. You showed the essay from McLuhan, and the essay, it types message with an A, as in massage.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's something about it. I just don't know for sure. Do you have any idea why that is?
Yeah, I looked it up. I think the story is that Marshall McLuhan's editor accidentally put it as a message, but then Marshall McLuhan saw it and he thought, oh, maybe it makes sense too. I think that's the story. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah? Okay.
Questions?
Hi, sorry. We have a strange one. Was Pavel from the B.A.B.Y a teacher of yours?
I'm a good friend of him, yeah.
Fair, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Interestingly, we had a charrette at the place I worked at before Touch Designer, and it was to refute McLuhan's "the medium is the message." I'll talk more to you about it.
That's
We
the
came
new-
up with the fact that we were both the medium and the message. So, questions? What's going to be your next work?
I applied for Masters of Film in Amsterdam Film Academy, and my research topic is, I don't know if you want to know, but my research topic is how to collectively work on data set of generative AI to resist against this dominant and unseen labor. So it's going to be a filmmaking project, but with a lot of different mediums. And then I'm working also on the last episode of volumetric interviews, interviewed with Now You See Me Moria project that is coming from Greece in the refugee camp in Moria. And we are working with Gaussian splatting technology and then also TouchDesigner together to show like all these videos from Now You See Me Moria project. Actually, it's coming from the Moria camp, and they post a lot of these videos from the camp to communicate with the outer world, and actually shaping it into 3D data. It makes a lot of missing information. So we also find there's a connection between missing information and how we are forbidden to certain information. So that episode will be released later this year.
And finally, well, maybe not finally, but you're presenting at another festival tomorrow, the day after. Can you tell us?
Yes, on Friday at Forward Festival, if you are in Amsterdam, I will be talking about a similar topic, but how to use technology as solidarity.
Very nice. Yeah. Well, thank you very, very much,
Thank
Soyan.
you.
Really nice to have you here. So I think the next part of our program for the next hour, we're going to have 4 quick-fire presentations. So the way this works, it didn't work very well. It worked well last year, but it wasn't sort of regulated 10 minutes. Really, it's 10 minutes. It's pretty off the cuff. If you exceed 10 minutes, we have some really great music that will will play to make sure you're finished. Do we want to take any breaks, or should we just go?
You decide.
Yeah?
You can also take a break.
Guys, would you like to take a break? Maybe
more people.
5-10 minutes? Yeah? Yeah. Take a break. Yeah. Guys, we're going to start. If you guys could find some seats, please. Please. Dankeschön. So our first quick fire, okay, first of all, 10 minutes. Probably have time for one question and super short introduction, which is basically going to be Eric Egling from iArt, who's going to talk to us about an upcoming event of theirs that we should all be interested in, Mesh Festival. Thanks, Eric.
All right, it's working. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Honored to speak before such an esteemed audience. I'm Eric. I work at iArt. Maybe you know them from last year, know us. So my colleague Guillaume was here. My face was in the presentation from the back. This is our website. We make these kind of things. And we're a big team, so we tend to have to do big projects by now. But we use TouchDesigner a lot, so yeah, we wanted to work more with derivatives, so we thought we might also organize a TouchDesigner event like this one. This grew, so it became the Mesh Festival, which is a festival of art and technology. And the Mesh Festival, it focuses on the collaboration between artists and technologists. So with the theme of the first festival edition, Tooling the Future, we want to explore how we can shape a future where tools empower us to live more meaningful, connected, and convivial lives. So the festival will have exhibitions, performances, and immersive environments, and also a two-day conference. So this is the theme. You can read about our different topics on the website. We will also have club nights in the evening. And let's see, next we go out again. The date, again, it's the 17th to the 20th of October 2024. It's going to take place in Basel in Switzerland, which is where we are at. For those who don't know, I made a little pin here. So this is where we're at, in the northwest of Switzerland. And more specifically, we're in this area, which is quite interesting. It's an old customs-free zone. So this is some historical pictures. This is how it is now. So the festival is a joint initiative of iArt, which is us, the HEC, House of Electronic Arts, which is a museum in Basel for digital arts, and also by the Basel Academy of Art and Design. So here you see, this is the area today. We are over here. The school is here, the university, and the museum is here. And the festival is going to spread out over this interesting area, and there's going to be exhibitions everywhere, and performances, and workshops and presentations. So that's why I'm here today, because since yesterday we have an open call open for presentations and workshops for the Mesh Festival, and we invite the international art and tech community, that is you, to submit proposals for presentations and workshops at the Mesh Festival conference. So as I say, it's open now since yesterday until the 28th of June. And we have two formats. We have 20-minute presentations, like we know from this event, and we have 3-hour workshops. And all other informations you can find on the QR code. Well, the one to the upper right, I think the little pop experiment here will probably not work. That's it already. So thanks a lot for listening.
There's a little thing I want to show at the end, so I hope I won't mean like the 1.5 minute mark just before it ends. So yeah, so I'm going to share like a creative journey that has no end yet, but I'm really excited about what I'm doing. I'm excited that it's done in TouchDesigner. So this is an inspiration that I met in Colombia when I was traveling, and I saw this guy on the street, and it was so charming the way he breathed life into the puppet just by pulling a few strings and singing. So this little thing set me on a little course to try to do a virtual puppet. So what you're going to see, it's basically my attempt to do a virtual puppet while I'm in VR with controllers manipulating a puppet. So I realized that the first thing I need to do is to use the bullet solver in TouchDesigner to try and manipulate objects. And I started to find out what kind of way I need to do to manipulate objects. And in bullet systems, I know the biggest trick is that you cannot influence bullet actors directly. You have to influence them. You cannot tell an object to go from this location to that location. You have to push it. So there's a whole system behind that. And a little bit of design. I tried Midjourney to give me a few kind of iterations of a puppet. And long story short, it turned out to be this puppet. So this is like a raw puppet. And I'm going super quick because I don't know how like 10 minutes are. And so, and this is where I started to experiment with it. So this is where you see my view on this end, on the left end. You see my view. This is what I see when I control. And this is like the other view, like the camera view, right? So this is like the system I'm trying to build in TouchDesigner to manipulate the puppet. And maybe I should just jump in. I have like a little like, I don't know if it's a full-on demo or anything like that, but you can see the little network that I've made. Yeah, it looks like a puppet because if you want to find the head actor, you'll find the head actor and so forth. And so let me play it. So this is the, I don't know why it doesn't work. Oh, I know it should, I know it should kind of work. Oh, sorry. Well, I don't know why it doesn't work, but well, basically this is where you manipulate the puppet, and the system it works generally is by having like a set of locators that I can manipulate, and they are relating to a certain aspects of the puppet, of the mannequin. And I have like a runtime in Python, runtime, that when you grab a locator, it kind of starts to influence. And there's a whole set of actions and kind of attributes that enable me to do all kind of like things that you can go beyond a regular puppet. Like, you know, regular puppet, you can grab one thing with your hand and another thing with your hand. But the other thing, because it's digital, you can have a menu, you can have all kind of funky things. You can have the puppet walk, which literally like have a whole system where the legs react to where the hip is. So basically you can have a whole live thing going. I mean, I don't know if I should go into this, but basically this is a list of all the targets, and this is a list of all the actors. So basically I have like manipulators that control targets that influence actors, because again, you cannot directly influence the actors themselves. So the visual extension of what you're seeing now, which is our few experiments. Boom, boom, boom. So this is an example of trying to manipulate like an Indian doll, a little Indian guru kind of guy. I don't know if
Good evening. Good evening to all. East side, west side.
So you can, on the left, you can see what I'm seeing in the bunch of controllers and the way the eyes point, because I realized a few things along the way that the eyes are a crucial thing. So basically, because it's Touch Designer and you can connect everything to anything, basically when I touch a certain button on the controller, the eyes zip to the camera. So basically, with a button, it always kind of looks at where the camera is looking. I don't need to deal with it. I don't need to kind of point to where I want to see. And when I do, it kind of leaves that target and kind of looks elsewhere. So this is one puppet. You know, again, there's no end to this experiment. I'm just going for it. This is another. I was working on a clip, like a musical clip or to a song with this lady, which is scanned over here. So this is another example of how it's manipulated. Yeah, there's all kind of weird happenings that happens. Another passion of mine is virtual production. So I mean, virtual production in the sense that you can composite in real time everything. So I got like a whole HD transmitter to get the camera going and everything. So this is an example of my daughter talking to the puppet, right? So there's a whole dialogue between my girl and the puppet, and basically she doesn't see the puppet, but there's a certain moment where it's in Hebrew. So I don't know if you. So there's a whole thing where I was amazed by, I asked her, like the puppet asked her, "Do you think I'm real?" And the puppet, and she said yes. And I said, and I know that she's looking at a chair, right? And so the puppet asked, but I'm a puppet, you cannot see me. And she answered, "But I can dream you, and that's for it makes you real," which blew my mind. You know, I didn't even think about that. So yeah, I've made, like, I have 2.5 minutes, I don't know what it means, but I have like a little clip I've made for you guys, just before I left. I hope the audio is on. Mr. Georges? Ouais? Can you tell them a little bit about you? What do you mean, tell them about me? Tell who? You know, the touch designer audience. Touch design what? What do you want me to touch? Huh? No, it's the program you were made in. I was made in a program? I don't understand. Just tell them what you can do. Okay? I am Mr. George. I can do many things. For example, you can look at my hand right over here. Full finger control. Where? The other thing I can do, I can mirror this hand to the other hand. Voila. Oh. And as you can see, I have a microphone in the other hand, which is another thing I can do. Back. I can talk to the microphone. You can see my eyes. Yes, they can move. Can look there. I can look there. Is this okay? Yes, you are perfect. Just go on. Okay, I do many things. Well, thank you. I have nothing else to say. I have nothing more. It's okay. You can go now. Thank you. Bye, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ori. So, while I think Kolas is coming up next, is there a question? Oh.
Very fun and inspiring project. Thank you so much. Are you actually controlling it with what kind of controller?
Well, I found that the Vive index is the only control that can give me finger control. So I wish there would be anything else, but that's the Vive index.
Okay.
The Valve index, sorry. Yeah.
Cheers. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. Elemental particles?
So I'm going to speak about performance I did 4 days ago at the CERN. It's not as funny as the puppet thing, unfortunately, but I'm going to try to make it funny. So hello, so I am Kola, and I'm using TouchDesigner. This is why I'm here, what makes sense. And I use it for quite a while, I think like 14 years, something like that. I still remember when it was 077 and it was buggy and nothing was working. And I run a studio in Brussels that's called Tyrell. And I'm here to speak about a performance I did at the CERN 4 days ago. That's called What Do Elementary Particles Dream Of? And it's an audiovisual performance I did with a musician that's called Ofer Smilanski. And so I presented at the CERN. The CERN, for the one that don't know, is the home of the Large Hadron Collider. That is the biggest particle accelerator in the world. I think it's 27 kilometers. They accelerate particles close to the speed of light. They merge it together. That creates a lot of energy. From that energy, there is some particles that are created, and they try to make some research on it. And so my performance is inspired by the work of this guy, Richard Penrose. He got the Nobel Prize for his research on black hole. But I don't know if you already see that, but there is a lot of guys, once they get Nobel Prize, after that they do quite crazy things, you know. And he did some research on the link between consciousness and quantum physics. And the reason for that, his theory explained that you cannot explain consciousness only by computation. So therefore, it will not be possible to create a strong AI with the current architecture that we have now. And his theory that it explains in that book is based on this mathematical theorem that's called the Gödel's theorem that explains that, in fact, it's not possible to demonstrate all mathematical concepts by computation. And so from that, I try to create audiovisual performance that try to illustrate that concept. And so for that performance, I reuse some data from the particle accelerator. They are openly available. You can go to the website. I think there is like 5 petabytes of data. All of them are in really strange format because there is 4 detectors. All of them have their own format with their own way to access it. But me, I mostly use the one from CMS. That is one of the detectors that is in Switzerland. And I load this data, and from them, in Houdini, I generate this synthetic shape that look like that. And then what I do, I render them with Gaussian splatting. So I don't know if some of you know, it's a way to do volumetric render. Normally, people do it from video, but there is a guy that did a tool in Houdini that allows to render Gaussian splat from 3D shape in Houdini and from volumetric shape in Houdini. And in fact, Gaussian splat is a way to store volume in particles. So they generate particles, and depending on the angle you see them, they render differently, and that allows you to generate a 3D render. And in fact, there is a plugin for Unreal Engine that's called Luma AI that allows you to load this Gaussian splat in Unreal. And then I realized that when they load them, in fact, the way they store the data in Unreal is by generating some image. And then you can save this image. And so what I do, I load the Gaussian splat in Unreal, get the image, load the image into TouchDesigner, send them to Niagara via the touch engine, and then you can manipulate them. And so that was the idea, to take some raw data from the accelerator, generate some Gaussian splat, load them into Unreal, load them into TouchDesigner, then manipulate them. And so during the show, what we also do, because that was the quantum physics part, we also select a volunteer from the audience, and we put her EEG headset, so there's something that gets her brainwave. And our idea was to try to manipulate her brainwave by putting 4 strobes next to her, so that generates really strong light. And then, in fact, we don't really play with the system directly. What we do, we play with the light. The light modifies the brainwave of the volunteer, and her brainwave modifies the particle that will there. And so to do that, I use that EEG headset. I recommend you to don't buy it, because they are fucking assholes, You buy the thing, and when you want to get the data, they say, sorry, you need to pay 2,000 euro a year to get the raw data of the thing. So I fight with them a lot by mail. They give me a license for 2 weeks to be able to do my performance, but otherwise, this thing is shit. So, in fact, they make you pay way more than the price of the thing to be able to access the data that you can get out of it. And this is the kind of render I do, in fact. So all of that is only, so is Gaussian splat in Unreal, manipulated by the brainwave of the volunteer. And this is the kind of thing. And then I did some small interface. There you can see the brainwave of the volunteer and things like that. You don't see it there, but there is like 4 really powerful strobe next to her, so it's not really a funny thing to do. We tried to explain her, but I don't think she really realized how intense the thing was. And so at the end of the performance, she was not super happy to be honest. But that was the thing. And here you can see, so when we send a lot of light to her, that modifies this brainwave, creates some peak. The peak modifies the position of the particle that are created from the quantum physics data, and then things like that. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much. Bertrand is next, and
Unfortunately, so I did the thing 4 days ago, and then I was quite happy to do it, so I party a lot since then. And I was in Geneva, and I came to Belgium, so I'm gonna have a video, but I don't have the video now because it's still in my camera, and I still need to edit it, but I'm gonna post the video like in a couple of days.
Sorry, I misspoke. Jack. Sorry.
Everybody, and we'll see Theater to Play. I think that's the title. And we'll learn something about Node-RED as well and controlling theater performances, if I caught that correctly.
Hello. A short presentation. I am artist. I work third with TouchDesigner to participate with for theater and dance show. Second, I teach TouchDesigner a lot. And third, I make a documentary about dance. So this is a project we made with Jean Boileau. He's a theater director. Unfortunately, the subtitle in English is low. I don't know who was the configuration here. But I show you a little bit of this film who explain what is a project. So the project, shortly, I introduce it, is to make a system to allow people to play theater without to be actor or to learn the text. So I'll show you the video a bit. I hope the sound is working.
On est tous des joueurs. Au début de l'expérience, on se voit confier un smartphone. Et sur ce smartphone vont être inscrits les choses à dire, les répliques, les choses à faire, les didascalies, et puis aussi des choix à effectuer qui vont être rendus possibles grâce à des boutons tactiles.
C'est quoi ça?
Et qui vont avoir des incidences sur le cours de la narration ainsi que sur sa mise en scène. Après quoi, les joueurs rentrent dans une salle et découvrent un décor, une scénographie composée de meubles, d'accessoires et tout un environnement sonore et lumineux. Ils vont ainsi découvrir l'histoire de l'arbre de Mia en la jouant ensemble, sans avoir à répéter.
Je ne sais plus lequel de nous avait pris la photo.
Papa, t'es sûr d'être en mode selfie, là?
C'est l'histoire d'une jeune bachelière, Mia. Elle revient d'un séjour dans les arbres.
Like in theater, so there is 12 persons who enter. We give us each one a smartphone, and they receive what they have to do and what they have to speak. And there is one person who make, in the picture here is me, but normally it's not me, it's the technician. And for that, we command one theater text to 3 writers who write the text for 4 players. And we make a big JSON with that, big JSON file, with all the cue, with each time the light, the sound, the text, the name in French is didascalie with the order to each one. And the system, I made it in TouchDesigner because it was useful for the UI, and also because it's easy to manage. But it was not possible to send the text to TouchDesigner to smartphone, because there is no TouchDesigner for smartphone. So I used Node-RED to make an interface so each actor can receive the text. So I will show you how it works in TouchDesigner. So I show you the interface. So that is an interface. Excuse me, just changing. But for the moment, I have not here, but it's not important. Here, normally, you have the 4 screen for the 4 actors. That's the interface for the technician who decide each cue for each actor. And here I have some information here. Here, it normally is with the Korg. It's easier to manage. And it can choose some different information here. What is the sound who will be played on each phone, etc., etc. And there is a second interface where the me and also the director and the writer can change each. Normally, you have also here. So you have here the text. So here you can change the text, correct it, and give some other information. What is the file you need on the big projection? What is the file you need on each of the phone? And now it's with a company that is in tour in France, mainly in school, in college, in little theater, and it can be each one 12 player and 20 spectators, and they come, they don't know anything, and they discover how the personage, so it can be, you are a woman, you can have a role of a man, of children, etc., and you discover the text during the performance. And it's, and there is 3 parts, and at the end of each part, you change the role. That is, it's the reason we have 12 persons to play 4 roles. That's our project. And now I am working on a reduced version with only one Raspberry. It's without TouchDesigner. It's only with Node-RED, but it's like a box. So you can buy the box or rent the box. You open it, and there is a Wi-Fi station, and there is QR code. And with so in a family, you can scan each role, and after that, there is one like a banker, one who on the smartphone decide to change the cue. But so you can play a theater piece, especially written for that, in your room or in your class and so on. So that is a project, so I am working on it, and that's. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And any questions while Kohi is coming up? No questions. We are flying through this. will be Kohui, and we are looking at your composition for objective sound. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I'm the last time of the presentation, right? Actually, I didn't know I'm going to presentation today, but I just prepared this presentation very quickly. So my name is Kohui, and I'm an audiovisual artist, and it's my first time to visit Berlin. It's really nice to see you all guys, and I'm going to talk about my work, composition for objective sound. But first, I want to show this thing. Do you know what is this image? Actually, someone already know because in TouchDesigner tutorial channel, there is Noto the talking bird, this thing. And when this video has started, this warning sign is always pop up because, yeah, I'm not good at English, and so I'm really nervous right now. But yeah, hope you guys understanding my English skill. So yeah, I'm running the TouchDesigner tutorial channel Noto the Talking Bird, and thank you. Thank you. So, a little bit shy. So, back to the Kohui. I'm usually working with the sound and visual, and like you guys, using a TouchDesigner to connect the sound and the visual. And I always thinking about how to connect with the sound and the visual with some how to approaching it, and yeah. So I really love to enjoy to make make a system and logic of the sound, and sometimes I'm using some Unreal Engine or some other program, but mainly using a TouchDesigner. So I'm going to show some my work, and I'll talk after this video. So I make lots of some audiovisual work and some exhibition, but sometimes I just feel like the audiovisual is like some, when the kick is like kung kung, and then visual is like pop pop, and I feel like audiovisual could be more like interesting thing. So at the time, I really love to making a system. So if I make some system to some sound to make it some objective, maybe it could be very interesting because yes, this is a wave. So yeah, the sound is is a very wave sound because the wave looks like this, and when we are in the forest, we can hearing some leaves are, how do I say, yeah. So all the thing has a sound, and it's a very natural thing. And I want to make the visual as the has some natural sound, like the form is equal the sound. So I keep thinking about some new concept, and at that time I saw the graphic notation. So the graphic notation is the composer is using a graphic to record its sound. So there is no any rule because the rule is make it as the composer. So there's many graphic and the logic and rules is very lot. So I think this graphic notation could be the other some audio visual thing. So I want to make some moving some audio visual work. So I made composition for objective sound. I made three type of objective, and after that I made some more object, and this is the video for about which object has what kind of sound. So mainly I made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 type of objective. And when the objective is thick, then it has some strong sound. And when the objective is thin, and it has some little sound, I don't know. And when the objective's length is long and it has high pitch, and when objective has short length, it means objective has some low pitch. So I want to make some objective shapes presented their pitch and the velocity. And all the objective has some different logic of the playing. So, and this thing is like some rhythm objective, and it's like some toggle process. So like on and off to make a sound to keep continue. And this is a line objective, and if it is on, and the trigger is follow, and scanning the wide of the line, and the sound is the gain of the sound is adjusted by that wide. And this is a chord objective, and it has some 3 different of the melody, and yeah. And this is some noise objective, and the size of head is the different sound. So yeah, using this objective to when I'm doing performance, and it's going to be like this. this is like the ecosystem of the sounds. So
Here with Touch Designer, I feel the magic of the screen.
Good.
Creating worlds unseen.
Time is running out. Okay.
Show now, but I think we have a 10-minute cut off.
Sorry.
So
yeah,
no
I didn't
worries,
know
no,
the
it was
time.
perfect.
So
really beautiful show. And should we have some a question round maybe?
Yeah.
Hey, first of all, love the graphic notation link is amazing. I'm curious, when you're performing it, is the interface purely visual, or are you like manipulating the visuals which then generate the music?
Yeah, actually, that's the question I really wanted right now because I couldn't show this presentation. I'm really sorry. And so this is how the performance. Yeah. Actually, this using a touch screen to performing is a main main thing of this presentation, because I think this using a touch screen and making my own UI to doing a performance is like feels like making a new instruments for my own work. So for this, I can't do it with a MIDI controller because MIDI controller, there is no some screen and some XY that thing. So I have to make a UI. So and TouchDesigner is really good at making a UI, and it's really good to make my own instruments, I think. And thank you for asking that question.
I wanted to know.
Hello, I really like your work. I just want to know if you know the software named Yanis.
Yanis.
Yes, Yanis, who is based about the work of the composer Xenakis.
Oh,
it's like drawing, and you can.
You mean the artist?
Object. It's to make music also. You're quite different, but some idea are some familiar with the Yanis software.
Oh. Please. Let me know the
name is Yanis, I-A-N-N-I-S, and it's based about the work of the Xenakis composer.
Xenakis, yeah, I know. Thank you.
That was beautiful. I was wondering how you do your sound design.
I'm usually using Ableton Live, but all the music are based on the VSTI with just Ableton Live, just basic thing. I really love using a wavetable, and I connecting the Ableton Live and TouchDesigner with the OSC and the Max for Live, and yeah.
Cool. And but you do some composing up front because everything sounds really nice together, so it's not like random.
Oh yeah, right. So it's really always taking time to make some good music, because my system is really randomly. Because if I want to make some specific sound, but I can't put my work because there is a very static logic of the system. So I always have to adjust the whole logic to making a sound. So it's really taking a long time to making some good music point, and yeah.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your beautiful project. Is there any other question you'd like us to ask you?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Is there any other question you'd like the audience to ask you to carry on presenting it?
Other question of what I wanted. Okay, let me check. There's no presentation right now. Okay, there's some question about some how to using a touch screen. You mean physically? So there's. Yeah. So when we are using a performance, we always putting some our computer to table and doing. And I want to some approach with this touch screen is some instruments. So I bought some stand for this touch screen, and this approach is like feel some like this work is physically some exist. So. Yeah, sorry. I think my English skill is limited at here, but thank you. Yeah, so I think everything is done. So, and maybe, yeah, I'm really done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry for cutting you off, but last time we did this, nobody ended in 10 minutes. So we designed the song. I don't know if you guys caught that song. Should we actually play it for them? No, we shouldn't play it.
No, you got to go over 10 minutes.
Huh?
You got to go. Well, no, you shouldn't go over 10 minutes. But it's the 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe you'll get to hear it tomorrow. Someone please go over 10 minutes tomorrow.
Last but not least,
Okay.
Stefan wanted to make an announcement.
Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for all coming and making all this long way. It's really an honor for us. It was a wonderful day, but it's not finished yet. So we have the evening program at Studio 1111. You have already heard so much about it. I want just to give some details. It's in Potsdamer Straße 96. You won't find Studio 1111 on maps. You have to look for that address, or you refer to this QR code, which brings you to the website, which has a link to maps. Get you there. Secondly, so the doors will open at 7 o'clock and there's going to be food. So you don't need to run out, grab the next dinner. You can just run out, grab the next public transportation and eat something there if you want. But you don't even have to do that because there's really plenty of food, and please all grab something, take it along, take it to the hotel, eat off it for the next 2 days because it would be a waste to waste it. The proceedings at Studio 1111 will be that from 1930, it has been said, the visuals in this night come from students or participants who have joined a course that I've been giving, an online course. They've been now traveled here to show you their visuals. And we're going to do it semi-academic, so we're going to have a presentation, like university-style presentation. People are going to talk, they're going to talk about their work. If you're interested in that, you're super welcome to come. If you think that's boring, then maybe you should only come at around 8:30, because that's when we finish with that, and that's when we go to DJ and VJ and loud conversations. So you're all very invited to the presentations, but I know it's not for everyone, so just be aware of it. That was it.